I'm a gun-toting patriot, God-fearing patriot. Bryson, why they mad? Cause I'm real and they be faking it. Free speech advocate, it's on my mind, I'm saying it. I'm about to buy another gun and ain't nobody taking it. Gun-toting, Bible reading, God believing, truth speaking American. This MAGA season, Democrats committing treason. I know they think it's sweet, but you don't know who you dealing with. This for free thinkers only. You ain't got no membership, they free. General Flint, out the cage, cause he innocent. Barton Roger Stone, cause the run know that he innocent. We need to kick out every single illegal immigrant. Mandatory voter ID laws we need to implement.
Hello. Oh, excuse me. Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Unrelenting Political Corner. Now, before we get into the new updates, there's something that I would like to say. And it's, I wrote a statement so that I can best articulate myself. So here it goes. I would like to take a moment to address an incident that occurred during our recent live show, which was last Tuesday. During the broadcast, I was confronted with a private conversation in a way that felt unexpected and, quite frankly, like an ambush. While it was a challenging moment for me, I understand that the concerns brought up were significant to individuals within our mutual online community. Out of respect for this community, I took the time to acknowledge the issue during the show because I value fostering transparency and understanding. I believe that addressing concerns, even under difficult circumstances, is an important part of maintaining mutual respect. That said, I also want to gently refocus everyone's attention back to the purpose of our show. This platform was created as a space to share ideas, discuss meaningful topics, and engage in the kinds of conversations that bring value to our audience. I remain committed to ensuring that this show continues to be a place for growth, connection, and positivity. I appreciate the support of our viewers and community members as we move forward from this incident. Let's continue working together to keep this space inclusive, respectful, and focused on its mission. So I want to thank everybody for listening to this brief message. And as soon as Jimmy hits the link, we are going to bring him up to the stage. In the meantime, I am going to say hello to everybody in the chat. So if you are watching with us now, please enter the chat. All right, I got Jimmy here. Hey, Jimmy.
Hey, Ruby. What's up, girl?
How's it going?
I'm going good. If I could just get this daggone volume thing to work right. I went in and out from the backstage a couple of times, and I still don't have it where I can hear you really well. It's on my end, I'm sure, but I don't know. We'll just make it work and go from there.
Okay. Hopefully everything goes okay.
Because normally it sounds like you're sitting right next to me. Right now, it sounds like you're like 30 feet away from me. So.
Oh, it must be your device. I don't know, guys. If anybody's in the chat listening, let me know if you can hear me loud and clear. Let me know if you can hear Jimmy loud and clear. Because I can hear you great. I got my headphones on. I hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, normally I can hear you a lot better than what I hear right now. So we'll see. We'll just go with it.
All right. So let's say hello to everybody in the chat before we move forward. We have a user called Vey Victus talking about something about the Jehovah's Witnesses. Well, thank you for that tip. We are going to keep this political, but I'm definitely going to look up that story. John Marciano, hello. Mrs. So Much More, hello. That's a nice name. Hi, Rosie. She says, good evening, everyone. King Tony's in the chat. All right. We got Rosie, Jeannie, Thrifty, Joseph. Hello. Steen, JG, Ladybud. Who else? Wild. Hi, Wild. All right. And Gigi. Hey, Gigi. All right. And Susan, welcome to the chat, everybody. Okay, we got everybody up to date. Okay, how's the volume now, Jimmy?
It sucks, but oh well. And so I saw somebody said, stream said my lighting is horrible. Yeah, because it's like right there behind me,
Yeah, behind you.
and I can't help that. Now later on in the evening, we'll get to this part where I'll have the lights up here, but
Hmm.
I'm making it work. It is what it is.
Yes. Hi, Monica. All right, everybody. So we are going to move straight into some. I actually have a video that I wanted to play. That really touched my heart. And I think that this would be beneficial for everybody else as well. So I'm gonna play this little clip for us before we get into the nasty of politics.
There's nothing in this world that can hurt you more than your own thoughts. There's also nothing in this world that can heal you more than your own thoughts. If you focus on the past, fear controls you. If you focus over the future, anxiety consumes you. If you focus on others, they dictate your life. If you focus on the hurt, you will continue to suffer. If you focus on the lesson, you will continue to grow. People think time is the most valuable asset, but in reality, it's your attention. Where you place your focus shapes your reality, your knowledge, your path. Time moves on regardless. Attention is what gives it meaning. So direct it wisely towards your growth, because your mindset creates your reality. There's nothing in this world that can hurt you more.
All
Yeah.
right.
That's really
I like
good.
that clip. Yeah.
I tell you what, Ruby, and I apologize to the viewers. I'm
Mhm.
gonna reboot my phone real quick because I
Mhm.
couldn't hardly hear that video as well. So
Okay.
so I
Restart your phone.
yeah, I'm gonna restart my phone. I apologize everybody. I'll be back in a second.
Yes, yes, yes. Go ahead. All right. We're gonna wait for Jimmy to restart his phone. Yeah, King Tony says, wow, that was good. Yeah, that was a really good video. I think that's what's really important is where we give our attention, where we put our focus is what matters. And a lot of people put their focus and intent and attention on things that really don't matter. Now, I know that this is about politics. And you know how Jimmy always used to say, like, these are like either false flags or distractions and things like that, and how we shouldn't really focus on that, even though it's a tragedy or like a huge incident happening in the world. It's like we focus too much on that rather than what's happening behind the scenes, right? I'll speak for myself, and maybe for Jimmy as well. I think Jimmy would agree that all of these things are purely to distract us when something behind the curtain is going on. They distract us. So, anyways, I just wanted to play that video so that everybody can remember what we're really here for. To put our focus and attention to what really matters, to the politics that are happening, the dirty politics and the nasty. That's why I call it nasty. Because I don't like it. You know, that's why I laugh when people think that I'm a Trump supporter or that I'm MAGA, because I am so much far from that. I don't like certain things that Trump is doing. And that's where our attention needs to be, is to make sure that he is putting America first. That's what matters. Okay, Jimmy, how is it?
Excellent. Yes, it's good now. I can hear you.
Okay, hopefully.
Yes.
Okay, let's see.
Yeah, we're good now.
Still good? Still
Yeah,
good?
I'm good.
Okay, now you know what to do. You have to restart the whole phone.
Apparently so. I wanted to make one comment real quick.
Mhm.
I know that people probably notice a name change on our show,
Oh,
and
yes.
yeah, let's address that real quick. I was talking with one of my managers at work this week, and I was telling him what we do on Tuesday nights. And he's like, "Oh, y'all got a news show?" I was like, "Yeah, we talk politics and stuff like that." And he's like, "What's the name of it?" And I said, "Well, we're actually changing the name because it has been XJW Political Corner, which, you know, that's been good. It's been helpful to a lot of people. They realize that there's other ex-Jehovah's Witnesses out there that do like to talk politics." I told him, however, we're changing it to the Unrelenting Political Corner. And he said this. He says, Jimmy, to be honest with you, as someone who does not know anything about Jehovah's Witnesses or Watchtower or whatever, he says, I would not have clicked on a video that said XJW Political Corner. He said, but with you changing it to Unrelenting Political Corner, he says, I would be more likely to click on that and watch that. So that was good that he said that, because what we talk about, yeah, we cater to the XJW community, but however, I feel personally that doing it this way will open up a wider audience, because, you know, we put stuff out on Twitter, we put stuff out on our political pages, you know, the link to this show, and it would just get more, we'd have a more inclusive, more diversity of viewers watching us, for all those that are in the diversity stuff. Yeah, we have a wider range in our audience. So hopefully by doing that, then we might have some other people that decide to jump on the stream and talk with us. So.
Right. Yes. Thank you for giving us the updates, because that's exactly what I was going to talk about next. I changed the intro. I changed the logo. It's the same design, but I just changed the name. So if you see at the top right hand corner, it says Unrelenting Political Corner. You guys already saw the intro, and I think that a shift needed to happen, a new leaf, a new chapter, like rebranding, because the show is going to evolve, it's going to get bigger, it's going to move ahead of the XJW community. So I want to move with it. And, you know, it's not going to be the first or last time we have problems. It's not going to be the first and last time that people get, you know, riled up, or because it is politics, and politics can really drive people or rub people the wrong way. So I want to do everything in my power that I can to create the space, and then just navigate it, just supervise from here. Because I do want people to come up here and not think that all we do is talk about Trump, or that we are just right-wing Trump supporters, because that's not the case.
Correct.
So I want to encourage more people with different political views that we may not agree with to come up here and be like, this is not just XJWs, like Jimmy said earlier, but it's the unrelenting. It could be anybody from any background. It does not matter. So as soon as we open for discussions, I'm going to put the link in the chat. So if anybody wants to join us, they can join us.
And I think another thing by changing it to Unrelenting is if you've watched this show before, then you'll know that Ruby and I have very strong opinions about certain things. And we stand by those, and we say it with a lot of conviction. We are unrelenting in that regard. Now, that doesn't mean that we're so blockheaded that we can't change our viewpoint on something. And I think that's what a lot of people don't understand, you know, personally about me, is they're like, oh, Jimmy's just set in his ways. He just believes this and believes. Well, you know what? If you present some God honest truth and facts and evidence to me on something I'm talking about, and it pans out, I'm willing to change my viewpoint on stuff. I don't have a problem with that. But you got to come prepared. You got to give me the, you know, facts, data, evidence. You got to give me that. And it's got to make sense, because if you present something and it doesn't make sense to me, I'm going to tell you it doesn't make sense to me. So we're open to having conversations with people, but mind you, respect is the big thing. Mutual respect is a big thing. So if folks come on the stream and they do that, then hey, let's have a conversation. Let's talk to 2 o'clock in the morning. I don't have a problem with that.
Yes, yes, I love it.
So
all right, thank you, Jimmy. I also want to thank the viewers as well for their suggestions, their comments. A lot of people reached out since last Tuesday, and I really do appreciate all of those messages that Jimmy shared with me, that King Tony shared with me. There's a lot of people who value this show, this space. They look forward to it, and that's amazing to hear. You know what I'm saying? Like, it makes me so happy to hear that people love it, because
Yeah,
I love it.
well, I know one of our regular viewers is not has nothing to do with Watchtower, XJW community, or anything like that. And she sent me messages, and she said, Jimmy, she says sometimes your show can get too JW eccentric. And she says, I'm here for the political stuff. And I'm like, yeah, I know it tends to go that way sometimes, but we kind of just go with the flow. But our main purpose is to stay on political content. Now, is
Right.
there a crossover sometimes? Yeah, of course, because, well, Watchtower is part of the deep state. So there's going to be a little bit of crossover. So I think we're going to, try to steer away from a lot of the JW stuff, but mention it when it's relevant to the discussion. That's just my opinion. That's what I'm going to do.
And I appreciate that, because I am on the other side of that spectrum. I do believe in Christian nationalism, which means politics and religion, they do intertwine.
They do.
So you see, so this is why I love having somebody like Jimmy, or somebody like Tony, or anybody who joins the panel, is because we're all different. We all agree or disagree on different things, and we have our own reasons for it. But I do agree about the JW angle, but like I said, I'm Christian, and I do believe that those things do intertwine, even though somebody might say absolutely not, separation of church and state. You know what I'm saying? So this is what we're here for. We're here to discuss those things.
Well, the two things that they always say, let's not talk about politics and religion. Don't bring that up. Those are the two things that we should be talking about.
Exactly.
We should be talking about that stuff because it's necessary. It's important in our lives, and you may not think it's important in your life, but it is. It affects us all.
I agree. That's exactly up my lane, and that's why I identify with the constitutionalists. Because
Yes.
even though they are like 100% Constitution, it's considered very, very like far right in terms of the religious aspect. Because it's not just conservatism. Like, I'm past conservatives.
Hmm.
I'm more constitutionalist because of the way they view the Bible and how that goes in with our country, our nation, our constitution, etc. So this is what people have to understand, is that there's different levels to this.
Yep.
We are not the mainstream buzzwords, whatever you want to call us. We are so far ahead of that independently. Like, we got here independently. We did our own research, whether you think it's a valid source or not. We already made up our opinions, and even though we're willing to change, personally, I'm kind of like, I will listen, I will entertain that, but I don't really think I might change my opinion. But you know what? If you could change my mind, try it. Come up here and try to change my mind.
And that's what separates independent media from the mainstream media. Because the mainstream media, they're given their talking points at 4 a.m. in the morning. Every freaking station is on the same page. When a guest comes on a show, depending on what channel it is or what news program it is, they're they say something and their mic is cut, or they go to commercial, or something like that. So it's a very controlled environment when you're watching the mainstream media news. And here, no one's controlling us. No one gives us talking points to go and feed the audience with. We don't do that. I mean, we have our notes, what we want to talk about, but no one is controlling us and telling us what we can and can't say.
Right, exactly. So it's like a free fall. Once you join the stage, it could go left, it could go right, it could go center. We can go wherever you want to go. But I am open to it. I'm definitely open to hearing your opinions.
We could end up talking about aliens, the Anunnaki, baby organ harvesting. You never know what we're going to talk about.
Yep, we're going to get into it. So, Jimmy, do you want to go straight into your list? Your news
let's go.
list?
Yeah, let's go ahead and do that first, and then let's go into the JFK stuff, because that'll give time. That'll give folks time to join in on the show and everything. How many people we got watching right now? Do you have?
So in total, we have 45.
Okay. All right. So that's good. So maybe as we get into the stuff, get in a little further, we'll have a little few more viewers because this JFK stuff is pretty interesting. So,
Oh, yeah. And I have a couple of videos that I want to show you from 2009 to Ian. I forgot his last name. Ian Carroll.
Ian
He makes
Carroll.
like TikTok videos. Okay, I have a video from him that I want to play, and then the Myron video that you sent me. It's about 11 minutes, but it accurately explains the fact that it used to be considered a conspiracy theory.
Correct. And we also have a couple of videos from Jordan Clark, I think it's his name. That the guy that sits in his car and does videos.
Did you send it to me on
Yeah,
X?
I put them in your DMs, and I actually labeled them this time, so we should be able to find them. So, all right, so let's go ahead and get into the news blast. For those that may be watching this for the first time, realize that I do get this information from Enoch News Blast. It's a channel over on Telegram. A really good digital soldier. He does a lot of research. And so he puts out these news blasts, which gives us a headline. And then, of course, we're not going to share this. We don't have time to do all the stories associated with this. But this is the part where if you want to know more, you write down what I say, and then you go and you look it up and you find out the information. So again, we're not here to tell you what to believe. We'll give you some information. You go and do the work yourself and find out that information and decide whether or not, you believe whatever the story is. So that way people can't say, oh, they're just telling you what to believe. No, we don't do that sometimes. Sometimes. So, all right. So we got Tuesday through Friday. When I went to pull the information, he did not have Saturday and Sunday posted yet. So he must be a little busy. So we only got from Tuesday to last Friday. So just remember, folks, this is a recap of different things that have happened since we last did our video last week. So let's start with Tuesday, March 18th. Trump and Putin agree to an immediate ceasefire for energy infrastructure in the Ukrainian conflict. Chief Justice Roberts rejects Trump's call for impeaching judge. So that would be the judge that signed an injunction to not have the immigrants flown out to Venezuela. So it was that situation right there. Trump fires both Democratic commissioners at the Federal Trade Commission. Trump administration releases thousands of files on the JFK assassination. Over 80,000 files, folks, were released. So, and I don't know anybody that's gone through them all yet because there's a lot of information. Tesla set on fire with Molotov cocktails and shot in Las Vegas attack. Pentagon aims to cut 50 to 60,000 civilian workers. I know some people are all up in arms about that, but we've talked about that before and the importance of trimming the fat in the federal government and making our government much more smaller. NASA astronauts return on SpaceX capsule after 9 months.
Yeah, there's been a lot of funny memes about that one, but go ahead.
Yeah, that whole thing there, I think that was all a sham. I don't even think they were. I think they were here on Earth already, but that's for another story. Judge finds Elon Musk and Doge shutdown of USAID likely unconstitutional. Notice that they used the word likely. They can't say it's definitely or whatever. So, yeah. Mexico handing over one of FBI's 10 most wanted suspects. Now, to touch on that just real briefly, I did see where Kash Patel said that there were 3 or 4 out of 10 of the 10 most wanted by the FBI that have already been captured. Whereas that list hadn't been touched for like 2 or 3 years. No one was catching anybody. So that's a good thing that the top 10 most wanted suspects are finally being apprehended. Trump retruths post on Truth Social talk about invalidating everything Biden did because the steal of the election and he was never elected president. I know a lot of people have a hard time with this, but I have been saying this same point since November of 2020. I've not wavered on this. I've said from the beginning that that election was stolen and that Biden was never actually the real president. I'm sure we can end up, maybe when you guys come on for open discussion, you know, we can talk. And remember, write some of these things down if you want to express it in the open discussion. We can always come back and talk about some of these points. Hungary's parliament passes law banning pride events.
Yeah.
That was Tuesday. Wednesday, March 19th, Elon Musk reveals Doge prevented $52 million to the World Economic Forum payment. That's good. Pope, hey, we got the Pope back in here. We've been talking about this dude for like 4 weeks, haven't we?
Yeah, and didn't they just wheel him out the other day and he was waving at everybody or something like that?
I think I saw that, but on Wednesday of last week, it says Pope no longer requires mechanical ventilation. Okay. So I maybe it's in here on Friday that he came out and waved to the public or something. Oh, excuse me. At least 20 killed overnight in Gaza as massive strikes resume. So that little ceasefire did not hold up. So there's going to be more to come out about that. The SEC drops case against crypto firm with ties to Trump. And that would be the XRP, the Ripple case. Again, I don't know much about crypto. I really wish I did. But I knew that the people that have been holding XRP, they have been waiting for this case to be dropped, because what they're thinking is going to happen is the price of XRP is going to shoot up. I think last I looked at it right now, it was like $2.50 a share or $2.50, but they're expecting it to go to $10, $20, $30, $100. So this is why I'm like, man, I really need to get some XRP just so I have a little bit, just in case. Judge blocks Trump's transgender military ban. And as I go through this, folks, can you pinpoint who is trying to stop Trump right now? Right. Okay. So what do we have over here on Tuesday? Judge finds Elon Musk and Doge shutdown of USA likely unconstitutional. So a judge there, and Roberts rejects Trump's call for impeaching Judge. So judge there, and then this one here, blocking another judge. Yeah. So I think what folks are seeing right now, I think that these treasonous judges are being exposed to the public. Right. Because it's just one right after another. All right. Tesla owners alarmed by DogeQuest website listing personal information. Or is that DogeQuest? Doge Quest? So apparently this website was putting information out on people that own Teslas. Their phone numbers, their addresses, stuff like that. And then we have seen, and we're going to get into that a little bit more, we have seen more attacks on people's Tesla. I do want to talk about that again a little bit later. Okay. Person arrested after making threats at CIA headquarters. Wasn't that interesting that the day after the JFK files drop implicating the CIA's involvement, we now have a person arrested after making threats at the CIA headquarters. Yeah, understandable. Ukraine carries out attacks after Putin-Trump call. FBI agent who accused Trump administration of political bias charged with unlawful disclosures. Interesting. Ben & Jerry's claims Unilever ousted its boss over political activism. Ben & Jerry claims Unilever ousted its boss over political activism. Huh. Why can't Ben & Jerry's just stick with ice cream?
Yep, here we go. All
Why,
over again.
why do they have? Yeah, oh, Jesus.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Federal Reserve holds interest rates steady. We already know how we feel about the Federal Reserve.
Yep.
Trump appointee Pete Morocco hands control of U.S. aid to Doge official. Interesting. All right, let's move into Thursday. Any comments on Tuesday right now? Rudy?
Well, this one just came in. Ricky Bobby, Eric, he says, I bet a lot of people who own Teslas aren't even political, yet they have to pay a price. I agree. I think that that's more
So
likely true.
let's go ahead and talk about that just real briefly.
Mhm.
Isn't it funny that the majority of the people that have bought Teslas were
Mhm.
the people that were into the Green New Deal, the green scam,
That's
the
interesting. Yep.
the climate change folks, you know, the electric, I'm getting an electric vehicle because I'm doing my part in saving the climate.
Yep.
And now your Tesla is getting keyed, burned down, whatever, by the same party that you are like supporting.
Right.
That's
Right.
crazy to me.
But it's not even green.
Right.
To even get the batteries, to even mine it,
Yeah.
they are violating human rights in Africa just to get the material to make those batteries so that Americans or the West can feel as if we're doing something for the environment.
Yeah.
That makes no sense to me.
Yeah.
I'm like so against EVs and anything that's electrical like that.
Yeah, but the virtue signaling is just crazy to me right now. It's just crazy.
Mhm.
Because now you got people that have voted Democrat that have their Teslas, and now they're the ones getting attacked. Their vehicles are getting destroyed. That's going to cost that person more money to, you know, insurance and time, and have to get a new vehicle and all this stuff. It's
Mhm.
it's funny, but not funny. Okay, I don't want to be insensitive, but
Right.
it's just kind of ironic that these are the people that are getting attacked right now.
Oh yeah, and I just remembered that Tony told me about a few weeks ago that even X was hacked, and it was hacked at such a such a big way that Elon said it was probably a country that was
Yeah,
doing this to X. So I
yeah,
don't know if you saw that, but she sent me
yeah,
some articles. I forgot where they are, but just
yeah.
wanted to mention that.
That was like 2 weeks ago that happened.
Okay.
So yeah, so it got hacked. So just a very interesting little side story to keep an eye on, and it's just funny that, you know, they want the what's the better word to use? I don't want to use liberals, but the left leaning folks, they saw the riots, the BLM riots. They
Mhm.
see these Teslas being burnt, Teslas showrooms being burnt to the ground. They've seen churches being burned, neighborhoods being burned, but they really don't want to say anything about that stuff. But
Right.
you say something about January 6th and they are on board.
Mhm.
It's
Mhm.
it's can you see
Yes.
the hypocrisy there, I guess?
Yes, it's the great noticing.
Yeah,
Everybody is noticing these things. And
yeah,
that's what I'm here for. I want people to start actually seeing what we see. We have to
yeah,
share it. Some To me this is the best way to do that. You know, YouTube video form, I could play clips. We can notice together so
yeah,
that you can see how crazy this is.
yeah, absolutely. Any comments in the section?
Beverly says that President Trump was signing a lot of new executive orders.
Oh yeah, today. Yeah, there's a lot more on that. We'll get into that because I did send you.
Okay.
I sent you some clips on that.
Thrifty says that Reggie Yates spent a week with the Burner Boys who live in an electric waste dump in Africa. Their job is to shift for anything valuable. Highly recommend.
Oh
Okay, so
wow,
if anybody wants to look that up, they could definitely look that up.
what was that
Oh,
called?
it's a documentary.
Burner
Okay,
Boys.
so yep, with the Burner Boys, she says. Okay, so if anybody's interested in what Thrifty just commented, definitely look that up. She said it's a documentary on YouTube.
Okay.
Thank you, Thrifty. Okay, go ahead, Jimmy.
All right, so let's move into Thursday. This is interesting. Conor McGregor has officially announced that he will run for president of Ireland.
Yes, I saw that. And that's why I played the clip last time about him talking about Ireland and about, basically putting Ireland first. They are being overrun
Oh, yeah.
with the immigrant crisis, just like us.
Yeah.
So
The whole of Europe is dealing with it.
yeah, I
So-
think Europe is done. Like all of my dreams of going to Europe and seeing Jane Austen's house and seeing all the Pride and Prejudice locations and Mr. Darcy's house. I mean, only Tony knows what I'm talking about, because that was my dream when I was 16. I was like, I wanna grow up and I wanna go to England, but I don't
Right.
think I could go now. I think that's done.
Yeah, now is not the time to go over there. So maybe in the future to be a little bit better. We'll see how that goes. Trump signs executive order to begin dismantling the Department of Education.
Oh yes, there we go. Round of applause.
Love it.
Yes.
And I had, I posted this on X when it did happen, and immediately I got a naysayer coming in and saying that, oh, well, the numbers that you're presenting, Jimmy, weren't true. Our nation is really smart, and I'm like, since 1979, we were the number one our children were number one educated in the world.
Right.
78, let's just say 78. 79 comes in, you have the creation of the Department of Education. So from 79 till now, we are number 28 in the world.
Right.
So can you tell me how the Department of Education is benefiting our children? And I know some of them well, we get free lunch and we get this. Okay, all right. Education. Our kids,
that's what matters.
Most of our kids right now are illiterate. I'm just going to say it. I heard a thing in Baltimore, I think it was Baltimore, that they could not find a single, and correct me if I'm wrong, but this is what I heard, that they could not find a single high school graduate that was up to where they needed to be in math and reading.
Right. I want to play this clip really quickly that has to do with the Department of Education.
Oh, cool.
Caroline, what do you say to critics of the president's education?
Where was their criticism of our nation's failing test scores for the last several decades? The Department of Education was founded in the 1970s, and since then we have spent more than $3 trillion at this federal bureaucracy. What has been the return on that investment for the American taxpayer? Levels that are less than ideal, less than proficient. Our children's test scores are incredibly concerning when it comes to reading rates, literacy rates, math, and science test scores. The numbers prove that, and this president is finally taking much needed action to return education to where it belongs, and that's to educators closest to students in their classrooms in their respective states. We're going to have a great event here later at 4:00. There will be students here, teachers here, parents here, educators, and of course, governors from around the country who are very excited about taking on this responsibility to educate our nation's students.
Exactly. And basically what this will do is it will eliminate the woke ideology permeating our schools by a centralized location. Because here's the deal. If a school does not want to go along with the woke ideology coming down from the Department of Education, then the Department of Education says, well, if you're not going to do what we say you need to do, then you're not going to get the funding. You're not going to get your funding. And so that school bends the knee so that they can get the funding. So that needs to be eliminated. The Department of Education needs to be bye, and it needs to go back to the states. Now, I have had I've had a few critics say, well, look at states like Alabama and Mississippi, and they're poor, and the kids aren't educated well there. Well, you know what? The parents of that state actually could go out and try to make a difference. If they don't like the education the state is providing, go change it. And And you can do that. I mean, we saw the FBI actually listed parents as domestic terrorists when they were going to school boards to fight the whole COVID stuff.
Yeah, they anti-vax. They ruined their reputation. They ruined the board meetings that they were having about the inappropriate books, and then they were claiming that schools were banning books as if that was a bad thing. They weren't even explaining about the filthy books that were being available to underage children.
Yep.
In middle schools. I also got involved in that. And they were actually the same organization that was with Trump with the kids signing the executive order, the Moms for Liberty.
Yep.
I signed up for my local chapter, even though I'm a homeschooling parent, and I got involved. I sent emails. I tried to talk to the board about these books, and the funny to me, it was funny because the response that I got was, "Well, did you even read the books?" And I was like, "I don't need to read an entire book to know that whatever was in this paragraph, that paragraph was inappropriate for a child. I don't need to
Right.
poison my mind to know that what people are posting, the screenshots of what the content is in the books,
Yep.
that it's inappropriate for children. And as adults, it is our job to shield them from that and to educate that in the home. If you want to do that at home, if you want to buy that book and have it in your private library at home, then by all means do that. But what we're talking about is a public school where there's many different children from different backgrounds, different religious, different political ideologies, and their parents, if they won't even have a choice because they have to send their kids to school, right? They might not have the ability to homeschool. So what
Right.
you're doing is you are indirectly forcing the exposure of an inappropriate book to everyone. And you just have to accept that. And then when we come up as Christians, as parents, as homeschooling teachers, we're the bad guys because we don't want to allow education. No, that's not education. It's inappropriate, and you let that to the parents.
Yeah, and I mean, there's many things that people can do. I mean, I know when I was fighting, I went to the school board meetings. I gave little speeches at the school board meetings. There's videos of me doing it, telling these people that they were wrong about the mask mandates that they were putting on the kids, that they were wrong about this whole CV crap when it came to the kids. I told them flat out. And what I noticed is there was one guy on the school board who was like, "Yeah, Jimmy, this sounds great. Go ahead and say that, blah, 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 blah." But then when it came time to vote, oh, he went the other way.
I hate that.
And he exposed himself as a rhino. He says he's Republican, but he voted with the left,
right?
More than he did. And I was like, "You son of a!" I was like,
I'm not dealing with those types of people no more, Jimmy. Though,
oh my God,
that's why I don't call myself a Republican. I am a Republican on paper because I have to be in the state of Florida to vote red. But I am not a Republican. I don't respect them at all.
I tell you what, I had a lot of people wanting me to run for school board, and I was about ready. I was about ready to do it, but then I found out that I had to be living in that county. And get this, the county line is like 10 feet away from me on the other side here.
Yeah, that's retarded.
I live right on the county line. And so, and they were like, "Well, why don't you run for Guilford County?" And I'm like, "Well, my grandkids weren't going to Guilford County. I don't have a lot of connections. Most of my business is done in Alamance County." And so that's my county. So, but
you need to change the lines.
Yeah, it'd be nice.
Redo the lines.
Yeah, so I was going to run, and I would have ran against him too, and I would have exposed him. I would have been like, "Look, this dude, he's lying to y'all." So, any comments on the school stuff in the chat?
Let's see. John Marciano says teacher unions did want to go back to class a year in the COVID thing. Yeah, but they dragged that So that was a whole other political mess.
Yeah.
Julian in the chat says it will be up to the blue states to keep their ideologies going on from this point. True. I think that's exactly what's going to happen, and that's why they want to say, "Oh, our nation is so divided." Well, let's see who works out better in the end, the red states or the blue states. And then once we gather all that data, there will be no more arguing because we can prove that Republican states are more proficient in these subjects. They can read and write and do all of those things in this red state. And blue states, let's see how proficient they are by the time they get to high school.
Yep. Fair enough.
Yep. Julian also says this was a twisted way for them to groom our children. I think that's always been like that from the inception of the DOE. I think that has always been their goal. And when you go down that rabbit hole, I think it's true.
You know what, Ruby? I think over on my X feed, if you scroll down, I think there's a video about the whole Department of Education going back to Rockefeller.
I have a video. I want to play it for you.
Might be the same. Yes, that's it.
Yeah, yo, me and you, we on the same page. We synced because I have this bookmarked. I'm like, I'm gonna play this when we talk about the DOE.
Nice.
Yep, let's watch it, everybody.
Business dealings, Rockefeller made sure to get the better end of the bargain. He would donate his great wealth to the creation of public institutions, but those institutions would be used to bend society to his will. As every would-be ruler throughout history has realized, society has to be transformed from the ground up. Americans in the 19th century still prized education and intellectual pursuits, with the 1840 census finding unsurprisingly that the United States, a nation that had been mobilized by tracts like Thomas Paine's remarkably popular Common Sense, was a nation of readers, with a remarkable 93% to 100% literacy rate.
Wow.
Before the first compulsory schooling laws in Massachusetts in 1852, education was private and decentralized, and as a result, classical education, including study of Greek and Latin and a solid grounding in history and science, was widespread. But a nation of individuals who could think for themselves was anathema to the monopolists. The oligarchs needed a mass of obedient workers, an entire class of people whose intellect was developed just enough to prepare them for lives of drudgery in a factory. Into the midst stepped John D. Rockefeller with his first great act of public charity, the establishment of the University of Chicago. He was aided in this task by Frederick Taylor Gates, a Baptist minister that Rockefeller befriended in 1889 and who would go on to be John D.'s most trusted philanthropic advisor. Gates would go on to write a short tract, The Country School of Tomorrow, that laid out the Rockefeller plan for education. In our dream, we have limitless resources, and the people yield themselves with perfect docility to our molding hand. The present educational conventions fade from our minds, and, unhampered by tradition, we work our own goodwill upon a grateful and responsive folk. We shall not try to make these people or any of their children into philosophers, or men of learning or science. We are not to raise up from among them authors, orators, poets, or men of letters. We shall not search for embryo great artists, painters, musicians, nor will we cherish even the humbler ambition to raise up from among them lawyers, doctors, preachers, politicians, statesmen, of whom we now have ample supply. Although Rockefeller's resources weren't exactly limitless, they might as well have been. In 1902, he established the General Education Board to help implement Gates's vision for the Country School of Tomorrow with a staggering $180 million endowment. The Rockefeller influence on education was felt almost immediately, and it was amplified by help from fellow monopolists of the era who were approaching the topic of philanthropy from the same angle. Although best known as a steel magnate, Andrew Carnegie's fortune started on the railroads transporting Rockefeller's Standard Oil around the country, and was greatly magnified by a lucrative investment in property near Oil Creek that provided steady, profitable oil sales. In 1905, he established the Carnegie Foundation for the Advancement of Teaching, a tax-free foundation through which Carnegie and his appointees could direct the development of the education system in the United States and, eventually, worldwide. In 1910, Rockefeller followed suit by establishing the Rockefeller Foundation, which became the tax-free umbrella organization for his philanthropic ambitions. As the Reese Committee, A congressional investigation into the activities of these tax-free foundations in the 1950s discovered it wasn't long before Carnegie's endowment approached Rockefeller's foundation with a proposal to cooperate on their shared desire to transform the American education system in their own image. Norman Dodd, the director of research for the congressional committee who was granted access to the Carnegie Endowment's board minutes, explains.
So they approach the Rockefeller Foundation with a suggestion that that portion of education which could be considered domestic be handled by the Rockefeller Foundation, and that portion which is international should be handled by the endowment. And they then decide that the key to the success of these two operations lay in an alteration of the teaching of American history. So they approach 4 of the then most prominent teachers of American history in the country, people like Charles and Mary Bird, and their suggestion to them is, will they alter the manner in which they present this subject, and they get turned down flat. So they then decide that it is necessary for them to do, as they say, build our own stable of historians. And then they approach the Guggenheim Foundation, which specializes in fellowships, and say, when we find young men in the process of studying for doctorates in the field of American history, and we feel that they are the right caliber, will you grant them fellowships on our say-so? And the answer is yes. So under that condition, eventually they assemble 20. And they take this 20 potential teachers of American history to London, and there they're briefed into what is expected of them when, as and if they secure appointments in keeping with the doctorates they will have earned. And that group of 20 historians ultimately becomes the nucleus of the American Historical Association. And then toward the end of the 1920s, the endowment grants to the American Historical Association $400,000 for a study of our history in a manner which points to what can this country can it look forward to in the future. And that culminates in a 7-volume study, the last volume of which is, of course, in essence, a summary of the contents of the other 6. And the essence of the last volume is the future of this country belongs to collectivism administered with characteristic American efficiency.
Wow. Wow.
Okay, yeah, that was a good video, right?
So basically, the American Historical Association was there to scrub and change our history.
Mm-hmm. Which we talk about all the time.
Yeah. Yeah. Interesting.
Yep, the whole Rockefeller, that's a whole rabbit hole that you guys can go down and notice what they've been doing to us, people who've gone to public school. That's why I homeschool. I wasn't gonna play no games. I don't care about any other person's opinion or when it comes to either education or parenting. Those are just something that should be super personal, and the government shouldn't be involved in those things, in my opinion.
Yeah. Have you seen the movie Idiocracy?
No, I haven't. So I'm gonna write that down.
Do a real quick search for a trailer on that. And the reason why it falls in line with what we're talking about here, because basically you saw in the video to where they said, we want people to be educated just enough so
Mhm.
that they can work in factories.
Right, exactly.
We don't want smart people, realizing, hey, there's more to ourselves, more to our person than just working in a factory. So they've been dumbing us down for so long. And if you want to make the connection to Watchtower, yes, Watchtower's done the same thing. They have dumbed down their people, even taking their material down to a 3rd, 4th, 5th grade level.
Okay, so Idiocracy 2006.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, let's see what you got. Okay, so this movie right here, if you folks have not seen this movie, this is where they wanted to take us intellectually.
Okay, let's watch it.
At the dawn of the 21st century, the Army began a top-secret experiment.
Meet Joe Bowers, our first subject for the human hibernation experiment. As you know, this is highly classified. However, if successful, we believe humans can be stored indefinitely.
However, the trial run was prone to human error.
See you in a year.
And Joe slept slightly longer than expected. Half a millennium, to be exact. From Mike Judge, creator of Office Space and Beavis and Butthead.
Oh my God!
If you were the smartest person in the world...
This goes in your mouth. This one goes in your butt. Hang on a second. This one goes in your mouth.
And were stuck with the dumbest people in history.
If you have one bucket that holds 2 gallons and another bucket that holds 5 gallons, how many buckets do you have?
2? What would you do?
Excuse me, I'm actually supposed to be getting out of prison.
You're in the wrong line.
I'm the smartest guy in the world? Says who?
The IQ test you took in prison. You got the highest score in history.
Even smarter than President Camacho.
Ladies and gentlemen, the President of America! In the year 2505.
We got this guy. He's gonna fix everything. So you smart, huh?
The ordinary will be considered extraordinary.
I thought your head would be bigger.
Idiocracy.
For the smartest guy in the world, you're pretty dumb sometimes.
Wow.
It's a cheesy movie, but
Yeah.
the message is in there that, basically everybody that he comes into contact with when he gets into the future are as dumb as bricks, dumb as rocks.
Right.
So that just shows you where they want to take the education. So by Trump starting this to dismantle it's a start. It's going to happen. It may end up going to the Supreme Court. We'll see, but it's a good thing. I think we need to get rid of it.
Wow. Yeah, we need to watch that movie. So I am going to put that on our movie nights on the XJW Friends Discord server. So I'm going to put a link in the description. We watch movies every week, and I'm definitely going to add that to our list.
I'm telling you, it's cheesy as all get out. It's it's wow. So, but it's funny.
All
right.
right.
So let's continue on. Trump uses wartime powers to boost mineral production. The DOD to cut $580 million in spending. Good. Strikes in Gaza kill 85 overnight, bringing the total since Israel broke the ceasefire to nearly 600.
Mm-hmm.
Taliban release an American man who was abducted. 3 people face federal charges in Tesla arson attacks in the U.S. And I think even Trump in one of his briefings last week likened those people that are doing this to domestic terrorists. So more JFK files dropped. We haven't got into that yet. Wow. Trump calls out Justice Roberts to rein in the unlawful nationwide injunction by the radical judges. And Trump reaches all-time favorability high, where right now, if we look at the Democratic Party, their rating was 29% favorable rating. It's dropped down to 27% as of 3 days ago. So that's interesting. And so that's Thursday. All right.
Okay.
And the last one, Friday. Air Force awards contract for next generation air dominance platform, the F-47. That is a badass looking airplane, by the way, if you haven't seen it. So go check it out. It's pretty cool looking.
Okay.
FAA announces promising start to air traffic controller hiring supercharge. So they are now going full steam ahead to hire competent in air traffic controllers, people who actually know how to do the job.
Yes.
Trump revokes access to classified material for Kamala Harris, Hillary Clinton, and the Biden officials.
There
That
you go.
is very, very important concerning what came out today with the executive order to release the FBI files on Crossfire Hurricane. We'll get into that, I think, later, too. All these things we got to get into later.
Yep.
Trump and Pentagon officials deny Elon Musk got China war plan briefing. Yes, that was fake news, y'all. The whole Musk getting China war, that fake news. That's what that was.
Okay.
London's Heathrow Airport resumes flights after a huge fire caused a power outage. And that was interesting because I seen like 2 hours before we started the show tonight that they just so happened to find a Russian passport at this fire.
Okay. So a false flag.
Absolutely. Where have we heard this before where they just found a passport after a huge catastrophe? 9/11.
After every terrorist attack, there has always been a surviving piece of paper in a huge explosion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So once you understand their playbook, then things can make more sense.
Right.
Trump administration launching an AI tool for government use. U.S. to revoke legal status of more than 500,000 migrants.
Good.
Yeah, very good. Southwest flight tried to take off from Florida taxiway after the crew mistook it for a runway. What? What? I didn't see that one. Jesus. Sudan's military says it has seized control of the presidential palace. I didn't even know anything was going on in Sudan.
Yeah.
NIH has cut one mRNA vaccine grant. 2 men convicted in Iranian plot to kill the U.S. space critic. A U.S. space critic. 2 men. Didn't hear. And boxing legend George Foreman dies at 76 years old.
I saw that. Yep.
Yeah. So that is your news blast from last week, minus the weekend, Friday and Saturday. So I'll try to start with that one next week.
Awesome, Jimmy. Thank you so much. So if anybody wants to join the stage, now will be your time so that we can discuss everything that we've just mentioned a little bit more into detail, like I showed a couple clips. So if you see the link in your chat, I'll post it once more. And you can click that, join the stage, and come hang out with us and talk politics. We're going to go into the JFK files a little bit more deeply in a few minutes. But the point that you just made about Hillary and Kamala, about their access, right, that was revoked, you said, right? So they have no access to classified documents.
Correct.
That should have been done a long time ago. I don't know what okay, let me ask you. Why is it that past administrations, like presidents and people like Hillary or whoever was in government, had access to these things when they were no longer in office?
Well, that's because they're all part of the shadow government, the deep state. And they are allowed to keep this access so that they can go in and keep manipulating what the public gets, what the public doesn't get. They can go in and manipulate like things like the FISA warrants. They're all, like George Carlin says, they're all part of the same club. So even though they may not be in a public position like president or secretary of state, they're still given access to this stuff because they can manipulate it and control it. So by Trump revoking
Mm-hmm.
their access. They can't do anything about this stuff anymore.
Right.
They have no play.
Right. Okay. So Julian says the exact same things. He says some are saying that taking away their security clearance is because they are going to be indicted next. I'll only believe this when we actually see this happening. I understand how somebody can feel that way, but my problem is, why was it even allowed to happen in the first place? If you are no longer in office, why do you have access? I agree more with like a past president giving advice, right? Or like a phone call or like a
Right.
chat where they kind of give you advice on something if to the new president. But why do they have access? That's what gets me.
Because they're a criminal syndicate. They have been running everything. That's the that's the simple answer. They keep the charade up. And this is why they get so pissed off at Trump, because they know that this stuff is happening and they can't get access to things that they've had access to before.
Mm-hmm. Right.
And so once they realize they don't have access, and Trump does, or Elon has access to financial things, they start freaking out because you know, in 2016, you know, they never thought Hillary was going to lose. So they didn't feel like they had to go in and scrub emails, you know, phone calls, documentation, classified documents. They didn't think they had to go and do any of that because they had it in the bag. But then when Trump came in 2016, that's when the freak out really began, because they're like, oh crap, he's going to have access to everything that we've done.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why Trump has come out, and even, you know, Trump said it before. I seen it on a Q post where it says, when, you know, Trump did the little thing when he came out to the press corps, he's getting ready to get on one of the helicopters or something. He says, we caught them all. We have it. And then the Q posts say, we have it all. Meaning that we have the information that they would have wanted to get rid of. We have it. And that's and that's where the exposure, you know, and it has to be done perfectly. So like today's EO for the Crossfire Hurricane, all the FBI documents are going to come out about that, which is going to piss off the deep state, because that was the whole Russia bull crap. And what's going to be released is going to show the public exactly what they were doing, how they were planning it, what methods that they were using for communication, PlayStation and Xboxes, by the way.
Yep.
You know, so it's going to show the public that. And that's why the deep state is in a panic mode right now.
I want to believe that, but the only thing that holds me back is that I don't even trust that the information that they believe is all of it 100%. I don't think that it is, because they've had access for decades. What's to say that they haven't already deleted or messed with documents, files, whatever already? And what you think is what is everything, it's not. Maybe something's like, how are we supposed to know? We would never know, because what we're doing once again is putting trust in the government that they're going to give us the truth, and I don't have that.
I can see why you feel that way. I can understand that.
Yeah. For example, the JFK files, people have been saying, well, that was 60 something years ago. They've already messed with it. You really think you're getting the truth? So when I read stuff like comments like this, it gets me thinking, because I'm like, oh snap. Yeah, for a second there, I was thinking that the government would actually give us the truth. And then my doubts come up, and I'm like, yeah, I think that we probably wouldn't have all the truth, because they would have already hidden that 60 something years ago. And those people are probably dead already. So who knows if we're even getting 100% of the truth of even that. So it's just
Yeah,
like these doubts that come up.
I can understand that.
JG from the chat says, Jimmy, I'm concerned with Trump revoking security protection for many ex-politicians. Is he hoping that they will be harmed, or is he punishing them financially?
Okay, whoa, go back to the beginning of that question.
That Trump is revoking the security protection.
Oh,
And
the security protections.
he said it. He was revoking for Hunter, for Ashley, I believe, and some other people on a list, that he was revoking the Secret Service. And I think that's what JG is referring to. But yeah, why do you think that is? Do you think that he's hoping that they will get harmed, or is he just punishing them financially?
All right, one, I don't think he's wanting anybody to get harmed.
Mhm.
I will not subscribe to that. I just can't. The man's come out so many times talking about, wanting to see the killing stop, in Ukraine. He doesn't want to see people dying. There's been some things that have been done. Other folks may not believe it yet, but I do, to where Trump has saved millions of lives. Yeah. And that's a rabbit hole that we can debate,
Mhm.
but I don't think revoking security protection for these folks is hoping that they'll get harmed. I don't believe that.
No, yeah, I don't believe that
As a
either.
financial thing, I don't know how that would affect them financially. I'm not sure. You maybe want to elaborate on how that would play a part. But
Mhm.
then there's some other things that I think about. I'm like, okay, well, maybe they don't need the security clearances because the people that would be the ones after them are no longer here or have been already taken into custody, which we don't know about
Mhm.
that yet. I'm speculating.
Right.
So that could be like with Devin Archer. Devin Archer was a close associate with Hunter Biden, and the Biden administration charged him. I think it was the Biden administration charged him, put him in jail. But Trump pardoned him today,
Mhm.
yesterday or today. Pardoned Devin Archer. The reason I think that Devin Archer has been pardoned is because I think he cooperated and gave
Mhm.
up a lot of information
Yep.
about the Bidens.
Right. I agree with Firecracker. She says it's because he knows they can afford their own security, which is true. We're talking
That's
about
true.
rich people here. Let's not forget that.
That's true.
And that it's not for the public to pay for. I mean, how many times do we have to say this? And that's the whole point of Doge, is to find out that our taxpayer dollars is not supposed to be for certain things, which should be common sense. So if he revokes these protections for these people, why should it matter to us? What we should be doing is demanding our money back. Why do we want to continue protecting pedophiles? Number one, because the whole laptop was real, despite all the propaganda to discredit the
Mhm.
laptop. So let's
Mhm.
not forget that these people are real criminals, that they're
Yep.
trying to hide behind a good character,
Yep.
or whatever PR company is trying to put a good face for them. It worked because a lot of people voted for Biden, and that's the whole 2020 mess that we already dealt with.
Yep.
So please spare me with the Secret Service not protecting certain people anymore, because it should only be for the first family. And I think it should only be for the immediate first family. Why are his other kids getting protection? They got money, they could pay for their own protection. It should only be for the people who are in the White House, for people in government that we need, because God forbid somebody dies, or we have like a House of Cards moment where the whole building is exploded and we don't know who's going to be the next president. That's who it should be for. But for
Right.
all these extra people, please spare me with that.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a good point. The fact that we're dealing with people that have money, they can hire their own security.
Yeah. Like, what the heck? Like, why are we still defending rich people? I don't want to sound like a like a liberal, but I think if you got money, you should not be asking or receiving or getting anything that has to do with the public stuff. Absolutely not. Julian says, I don't want to pay for Pelosi's hip replacement surgery. Yeah, like she shouldn't even be in office. Like, come on. We're talking about old rich people. I think we need new blood in this government.
Oh, totally. Totally.
Now, this is a video I want to play for everyone because you mentioned this before about people crying tears about the Doge having your private information and things like that. But you didn't care when the actual criminals had possession of your information.
I've seen Democrats on TV for the past week scream Elon Musk, Musk. It's been quite invigorating, actually. I'm really enjoyed it. And what's funny about it to me is that you're mad at the guy that found the fraud, but not mad at the people that wasted your money. Here in Congress, we clearly can't cut a budget. So I really thank Elon for doing our job for us. I've seen Democrats on TV.
There you go.
Exactly.
That's my thing. Like, why are you so worried about Elon? But he's the guy who told you about the fraud that you didn't even have a clue about. You know, normies. Normies didn't even have a clue about the fraud.
Yep.
But you're not angry enough, in my opinion. You're not angry enough about the fraud itself and those organizations who were taking our money to begin with. Every American should be getting a check back. Every man, woman, and child should be getting the 30,000. I think there was like one that said 30,000 was being sent in like weapons or aid or something to a foreign country that is equivalent to 30,000 for each American person, man, woman, and child. Why is that? I want a 30,000 check for each American back in our pockets.
Yeah, and it's funny because you got to look at these folks that they're not getting mad at the people that committed the fraud. Okay, they're mad at Elon. Why? Because most of them are still listening to the mainstream media.
Right.
Or they're stuck in their idea, or they're like a brainwashed JW who can't see the forest for the trees. You know, you know, we've mentioned this before. The TDS kicks in, the Trump derangement syndrome. And so anything that's good, I saw a meme that said Elon Musk cures cancer. And then down at the bottom, it has liberals in their little signs, you know, we need cancer. And it was like, oh my God, these people. I don't get it. So you're upset with the man that exposed the fraud, but you ain't got crap to say about the people committing the fraud or actually trying to go in and find out, well, what kind of fraud were they committing and where was that money going and what was that money funding? You know, what was it funding? Right. You're going to be shocked when you find that stuff out. Wait till you find out that a lot of this money was used for child trafficking. Wait till that comes out.
Yeah, I mean, that's what Stephanie Carson was talking about when I interviewed her on the Friday Night News.
Yeah,
and I want to get her back for the political side of things because exactly what she's doing is the vision I see for myself is attending these conventions, these political conventions, getting these networking in the political world, getting close to these people that can actually do something.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe in the future you could run for yourself. Like you said, you thought about the DOE, the board running for in your local elections. I thought about, you know, starting a chapter, Moms for Liberty, getting involved with other moms in my community. And look how they were invited to the White House. You see how easily one day you're just a mom in Hillsborough County or, you know, in North Carolina where you are. And then the next day you're in Washington, D.C., you know, like you can make history.
Well, see, this is the vision that was set out for the country. It was never set out to have career politicians making all the rules and telling us how to live and run our lives. It was set up to where a normal, everyday, hardworking citizen could actually run for some type of office, serve the community, do the best they could with upholding the Constitution and moving the country forward. And then after their term was over, then they go back to work where they were working at before or pick up a new job or something. But it was never designed to be where you got one guy in office in the Senate and Congress for 40, 50 freaking years.
Exactly.
And when you have these career politicians, they are easily more subjected to being blackmailed and controlled.
Mm-hmm. Right. I have some starred chats here.
Okay.
Wild says, I hope Jimmy touches on the really big news about who dropped the ball in the Trump administration, allowing the news journalists to accidentally get top secret info on the attack on Yemen. So if you have any comments about that, go right ahead, Jimmy.
Okay. Here's my opinion on this right now. Okay, first off, let me ask this question.
Mm-hmm.
What is the media doing with this story?
I have no clue. I only saw I think it was a tweet from the person himself saying, I was receiving all these weird messages and I thought it was a prank, but then the bombs started dropping. That was what I saw on X.
Okay. So I'm looking at this at all. So in the chat, folks, can anybody answer that question right now? What is the mainstream media doing with this story? Let's see if anybody answers real quick.
Okay. John C. Mitchell says sensationalize.
Okay.
If anybody else has anything, put it in the chat right now.
And keep in mind, what story came out last week that everybody was on? The JFK files, right?
Oh, yes.
And now we have this come out. And it's taken over the main, and like John C. Mitchell said, it's sensational. So basically, the mainstream media, this is all they're talking about.
Yes. So we got more comments. Thrifty says, and why is Vance chatting on an unsecured app? JG says, Trump administration is incompetent. Dallas says to scare. John Mitchell says diversion.
Okay. All right. All good answers. And what have we learned about the deep state and the way they do the media? If there's something in the news that's being sensationalized, talked about, it don't even matter what we'll get into that in a second, but it doesn't even matter what the subject matter is. If the media is sensationalizing it, what have we learned? It's propaganda.
Mm-hmm.
All right. So we've established that fact that the media does that. Now let's look at the incident itself. Yeah, somebody messed up. However, there was no classified information that was sent out. It was no harm, no foul. This is going to be a nothing burger pretty quickly. All right. And another thing, the way I think about things is I think this would have been a play. This could have been a setup by the White Hats to get ready to educate the people on actual classified information being shared on many other platforms in private servers, in people's basements, in people's bathrooms during the Obama administration, during Hillary Clinton's reign as Secretary of State, the Biden administration. I think this was a prelude so that when all that other, everybody's getting pissed off right now. Oh, Trump's team is incompetent. They shouldn't be doing this. They shouldn't be doing that. Okay. Y'all are saying that now. What are you going to say when the information comes out about Hillary Clinton's server and what was on there?
Yeah.
What are you going to say when you find out that Biden had documents that he should have not even had his hands on? And who had access to those? So all I'm going to say is be careful how loud you get on this, because it could boomerang back and you'll be like, damn, okay, maybe I should have got mad. Because if you're going to get mad about this when the other information comes out, you need to get mad about that too. So I I think this was a play on, and I saw. I think I put it on my Facebook page. Hold on, go to my Facebook page real quick. I think it was the last thing I put up.
All right, let's head over to Jimmy's Facebook page.
Because I did make a comment about this. This is how I feel about this right now.
All right. If my computer works. Okay.
I think it was the last thing I put up. No, next one. Oh crap, next one. Is that my Facebook?
Yeah,
Nope.
this is the Facebook.
There it is. Right
This
there.
one?
Yeah.
Okay, so this is a screenshot of a tweet from True Stormy Joe. It says, anyone who thinks the signal leaks were just an accident and not an orchestrated play by the White Hats have learned nothing in 8 years.
Yeah, that's how I feel about this.
Okay. I mean, I do agree that it's just a distraction from the JFK files, from the Epstein files, how quickly people forget what really should be mattering right now. Like
From
the
the
video I
te-
played earlier.
From the Tesla stuff going on and all that, this is all distraction to get away from that too.
Yeah, I think I also shared something about that. I tweeted something. Let me see what did I say? I already forgot. Oh, did you? Yo, Jimmy.
What?
Did you see that KFC commercial?
I did see that KFC commercial.
Bro, if anybody, okay, everybody has to go in the chat right now. Tell me if you saw that KFC commercial. Let me know if you saw it in the chat, because if you didn't, we will play it in a few minutes. I was on the floor, okay?
What I told you about McDonald's.
Yes, and I've heard the conspiracy about McDonald's, but I don't really believe in that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Like I say, I entertain the theories. I love to be a conspiracy theory, but it's almost like a movie. You know, like, oh, we know that that's fake. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, when you watch a movie, you're like, oh, you know, that's not real. Don't worry. Calm down. You know, I try to console myself.
I understand how you feel on that.
You're like,
but I'm
really
just
what's
gonna tell you,
happening.
there's a lot of shady shit out there.
Okay, so nobody has seen that KFC commercial. That means we're gonna have to play it
Okay.
because that was insane.
Yeah.
But my thing about the KFC commercial, alongside the leaks, is the exact same thing. They are putting things out and they are making it so like controversial or wild or sensational, like you said, to distract you from what just dropped. Like 80,000 pages of the
Yeah.
JFK files just dropped, but
Yeah.
they're gonna put a KFC stupid commercial like this, or the leak, or whatever it is to distract us
Yeah.
from what's really going on.
Yep.
And like the video that I posted earlier about where we put our attention, that's what matters. People think that the most important thing in the world is our time, right? But the
Right.
video was saying it's not. It's our attention, because
Yep.
what we put our focus in is where your mind is leading to. That's where you're going. That's why it's so important to focus on the right things and not to waste your time on the wrong things. Because where do you see yourself heading? That's what really matters.
Yep.
Okay, guys. So I am going to show you that crazy KFC commercial. And for future viewers, when I play this type of stuff and like movie trailers like I did earlier, later on I have to take it down for the copyright stuff. So you guys might not get the full experience if you are not here live. So I just want to let everybody know that.
That's true. Yeah. They do that to us.
Yeah. Okay, here goes the commercial, guys. You guys are going to be dumbfounded. 2 minutes of stupidity. Here we go. Is it glitching for you?
It's glitching now.
Okay, no, I paused it. Hold on. Okay, yeah.
I
I'm gonna
didn't
play
see.
it from the beginning. It's a little
I didn't.
glitchy.
I didn't see the beginning of this.
Yeah, okay, I'm gonna play it from the beginning because it's like a little glitchy.
Like, what the fuck? Whoa. I didn't see it from the beginning.
Uh-huh. It starts off with a chicken, and
Oh
then the
my
vest comes
God.
down so that the chicken is the girl. And then she takes this guy and dips him in the the gravy river, and he
Wow.
comes out like a chicken tender.
I
What
saw,
the heck was that?
I missed the whole egg thing too. I didn't,
Yes.
the only part I saw was them going into the gravy lake or whatever, dipping that person in there and raising it back out as chicken.
Yeah. And I'm sure the egg means a lot of symbolism. We're going to have to get back to that. It's a golden egg. So if anybody knows about symbolism, that's interesting.
I'm going to have to go search some of my sources and see if anybody has talked about this and broke it down, did a decode on it, because that needs to be decoded. There's a lot of stuff in that video right there.
Yeah. And I mean, the first impression everybody is getting, you don't even have to be a theorist. Even the normies on X are saying that this is cannibalism. It's making reference to cannibalism because she dips him in a gravy river and he comes out as a chicken tender.
Which that is another rabbit hole that people will need to go down because it exists.
Right, which takes us down the rabbit hole of the McDonald's and the motto that they used to say, billions served.
Yeah. Or our people are our secret ingredient.
Right. How scary is that? It's like I can't stomach that. Like I can't. The same thing with the child trafficking. That's something I can't do it.
This is why so many people and I get it. They want to bury their heads in the sand on this, and they don't want to think that this stuff is real and it actually exists. I get that. That just tells me that person is soft-hearted. They don't want to even think that type of evil is out there.
Right.
But there's folks like me that will say, guys, that evil is out there. You have no clue how evil some people can be. And I think with this commercial, just my initial opinion on that, I think that's putting information out there to start the conversation about cannibalism and stuff like that, and what goes on behind the scenes that people don't really want to talk about.
Yeah.
I'll see if I can find a decode on it.
Yes. Wow. Thrifty just made a good comment. She says the guy was turned on his side. The shape of a cross was reflected on the gravy river, and then he was dipped. Oh, like he was baptized in the gravy and he came back out like a tender. That's crazy. Oh, she says a satanic baptism. Wow, Thrifty. Good one.
See, I was thinking when they were doing the whole egg thing, I was like, there's like some satanic symbolism right there. There's
the golden calf. Like they were worshiping the golden calf.
There's got to be something there. I'm sorry. There's something there, because you remember they hide their stuff in plain sight.
Yeah.
They just weren't counting on folks to educate themselves and to be able to figure out what they're showing us.
But that's what I'm saying. Even the normies, even the NPCs were like, what the heck is this?
Yep.
Like, it's not even funny at this point when you show certain things like that in a movie or a commercial, or you know what I'm saying? People are noticing. That's why I call it, I've seen this term. It says the great noticing, just like the great awakening, but it's the great noticing, is because NPCs are actually noticing this. And when we play it for other people, they're like, yo, what the heck was that? It's like you get the vibe. We all get the vibe. But the people who are making this are the true evil ones, or they're just playing a huge joke on us and they think it's funny. You know what I mean? Like, it's got to be something going on.
Did you see what Bieber posted on his Instagram this week?
No, I don't follow celebrities anymore.
Do a quick search. Justin Bieber's post on Instagram this week.
Okay. Was it about something like he hates himself or something like that?
It's more along the pictures he put up.
Ah, okay. Instagram post. Let's see. Worrying Instagram posts. Disrespectful. Okay, let's see. Let's go to his page. Okay, so this is his page. All right, what kind of pictures should we be looking?
We should be looking for shipping containers and a baby.
Okay.
I don't see it there. It seems like it would be recent. But anyway, he put out a post. I don't know where it's at on his Instagram page, but he put out a post, and there was a picture of 3 shipping containers stacked on top of each other and a baby on a blanket underneath those shipping containers. And there was another picture. I can't remember what. Maybe if you go to X, you might be able to find it better on X. But I can't remember what the other picture was. But we do. I mean, for those that have followed the story about Bieber, it looks as if he was a victim of CSA, and he was groomed, and he knows about the shipping containers and the children.
Right. That's what it looks like. Okay. I see it here. Okay. Get ready, everybody. Justin Bieber shared a cryptic Instagram post. The first image shows shipping containers, but when zoomed in, a small baby can be seen lying on a blanket. Another image is of his childhood photo of Bieber, accompanied by the caption, "I got anger issues, but I want to grow up and not react so much."
There it is. That's the container with the baby at the bottom. Okay, there's the baby. Okay. So that post is telling the world something. Y'all need to figure out what it is.
Yeah.
I mean, you need to go down there. And if you look, I think it's in Florida, where P. Diddy had a house, P. Diddy, Oprah, and several of the high celebrities. There was one area to where they all lived, and then there was like a river, and then over or a bay, and then on the other side was where shipping containers were being delivered and stored right close by to where these people live. Could be coincidence, but then if you do a Google map search on the containers, then you'll find evergreen containers.
And we spoke about that before. Yeah.
And we know that that correlates back to Hillary Clinton.
Right. Yeah, there's a lot of connections there, and we did dive into that a few episodes back. So if you have been following us, you've seen it.
Yeah, so the reason why I brought the Bieber thing out in connection with the Kentucky Fried Chicken is because cannibalism, child trafficking, that's a rabbit hole everybody needs to go down. It's not fun. I've seen some pictures I wish I would have never seen. I've seen some really dark stuff. And I don't post it on Facebook or on X because they get flagged. X sometimes allows some of those pictures to be shown because I've seen them. Some of them, not some of the horrific ones, bad ones. But anyway, guys, I'm telling you, that's something you really, because you're going to find out about it. I'm telling you, it's coming.
Yep. And mentally prepare yourself before you do that. Yeah, I agree with you, John Mitchell. He says, I keep away from that dark stuff. I did for a while. But at least once I went down the rabbit hole. At least once I educate for educational purposes, and then I never touched it again. Maybe if I didn't have kids, I will be able to handle it better. But it's like I can't. My stomach turns. I get physically sick. But I think that's exactly why I enjoyed having Stephanie Carson, and I interviewed her, talked about her nephew, the whole trafficking situation, her motivation for activism, her connections and networks to saving the children, which is the organization called SaveThem.org. And that's where you can start. You can start with those organizations that are actually doing something about it, because you don't want to get angry as if nothing's being done. Right. I don't want to feel like that. I don't want to feel hopeless. So I like to start with, well, who already knows about this and what are they doing about it? That's what I want to know.
I found it very interesting because I did watch that interview, and I sent you a message about it. But when she talked about Mother Teresa.
Oh, yeah, that blew me. And
I was like, I sent you a message. I said, Ruby, where'd you hear that before?
Yeah. And I'm sorry. The Catholics view her as a saint. And I'm sorry, I refuse that. And I don't know if the Orthodox community views her as a saint, but that's something that I'm going to bring up next class.
Mother Teresa was a child trafficker. Bottom line.
And I've heard that, but it was the first time with Stephanie that I saw it through a different lens. Like, it wasn't a conspiracy, it wasn't a theory. Right. She said it as fact. She had a connection where his sons were trafficked, etc. So that's where I was dumbfounded, like right there and then.
Yeah, and then that ties into how evil the Red Cross is as well. Wait till Doge starts going into finding out the money that the Red Cross has gotten. Yeah, so go from the KFC thing to the Justin Bieber to the Mother Teresa. It all connects, and it's right. It all connects
because they're different elements of the satanic rituals: the cannibalism, the trafficking, the abuse, and then we experience that because we know about Watchtower. We even know about the Mormons. We know about these cults who literally facilitate this to occur in America. It's like, isn't that the job of the FBI? Like, what the heck are they doing? Are they not supposed to be busting these places to stop this from happening?
Well, if you go back to Trump's first administration and look at the stats on, it's a government website. Crap, I can't think of the name of it right now. But it shows all the arrests of human traffickers during Trump's first administration, and the number exceeded anything done by Obama, Bush, or Clinton. It exceeded it was off the charts on how much human trafficking was stopped And you remember in one of Trump's press conferences during CV, he talked about that. He's like, they use the internet for child trafficking. He's like,
Yeah.
I hear it's an ancient practice.
Mm-hmm.
He was telling people back then.
Yeah.
And not one reporter followed up with, what are you talking about? They didn't say crap about that.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like there was another one to where the reporter asked him, there are some people believe that you're saving the children and saving the world. And he's like, well, what's really wrong with that? What's wrong with saving children? What's wrong with that?
Right.
So I do believe, from the perspective of my research, that I believe a lot of these kids have already been rescued. And I believe there's a lot more going. And of course, this goes down the line to deep underground military bases, DUMBs. What's being done down there?
Mm-hmm.
Trump just came out last week and talked about rooms underneath the Kennedy Center that had no windows, and they didn't know what these rooms are being used for.
Wow.
I think I did on my X page, where he talked about these rooms underneath. So I know in the comments somebody said, they don't want to go down this road because it's a dark road. But I get that, but at least inform yourself on this.
Right.
Because like I said last week on my Facebook page, the battle we're facing right now is knowledge versus ignorance. So it may be a dark subject, but at least get the knowledge about it. At least understand what's going on, why it's happening, who's benefiting from it. That way, and then just once you get to the point where you're like, holy crap, I can't believe all that crap's going on. All right, then back away. At least you know it's going on. I'm not telling people to immerse themselves 24/7 into this stuff, because it is dark. It is disturbing. There are people that have looked at this stuff and they can't sleep. Or the 11 FBI agents that looked at Anthony Weiner's laptop, and like 8 of them threw up. And 6 of them committed suicide.
Right.
So at least educate yourself on this stuff, folks.
Yep. I don't know, man. That was the very first time that I started waking up before I met Jimmy and we talked about these theories, was when Ivanka started the initiative for the children. That was the very first I've heard of it. And then they were literally finding dozens and dozens of children cooped up in empty apartment complexes. Actually, you can look it up. That really happened in the South. I think it was in Georgia or one of the southern states that they got busted, and they saved like 20 something children. What were they doing in an empty apartment complex, just all together there? So, that was my beginnings of waking up, and here I am. I'm talking to Jimmy and people like Stephanie who break my head about these things.
It's not. I mean, when I first learned about this stuff, Ruby, I was like, oh my God. I just didn't realize the level of evil that's been going on underneath all of our noses. And they've shown it to us in the movies. Monsters, Inc. That's a very telling movie. They tell us in the songs, Yummy. Look up the song Yummy by Justin Bieber. Or
but
look
you
up,
see, that doesn't make any sense. Why is he gonna make cryptic posts like what we just saw, and then he's gonna make a dumb song called Yummy like that?
Well, you got to remember, Yummy was done while he was under the control and everything.
Okay.
That was done years ago. This post just came out, so maybe he's in a position. I'm speculating, but so maybe he's in a position now to where he feels like he's safe, to where he can come out and start dropping little nuggets along the way for people to start asking some questions and going down the rabbit holes.
Yeah, that's just one thing that holds me back sometimes, is that even though I can agree with certain things like Hollywood, but then they still profit off of Hollywood. They still work with Hollywood. They still associate themselves with these people that they claim to be pedophiles or traffickers, or, you know, like they lean into the theory, but they're still in it themselves. Like other people, like I remember a long time ago you said the theory about one-hit wonders is because
Right.
they found out and they left, they booked it.
Right.
That to me would be the more reasonable route, but I don't see that happening. It's like these people, they want to expose, but you're still making money off of it. I'm like, I don't know, it bothers me. It just bothers me.
Yeah, I get it.
So I have a video that I wanted to play, and switching topics a little bit. And I don't know if Tony is still in the chat or if she's still watching, because this happened in New York City in the subway station in 28th Street. So we know this area well. And I don't know if Jimmy saw this, but I'm gonna play the clip of what happened, and then I'm gonna give you the context after, because I think it's just hilarious. All right, so you saw the clip where this woman is chasing this guy with a MAGA hat. And this feels so 2019, so 2020, that people are still triggered about a MAGA hat. So they put this video with the music and everything, right? I was on the floor. I was dying laughing. Like, at this point, I don't care about the red hat. And to be honest with you, in 2019, I was scared. I used to order these hats, right? When the whole MAGA started. And I used to hide them in my suitcase, because that's when I was still afraid to be political.
Right.
And even when I tried to wear it outside, my husband would rip it off my hat and say, "You're not wearing that out." And we would literally fight over a hat, because I was like, once I gained the confidence to say, why am I self-censoring? I should be able to wear whatever the heck I want. This is America, and I'm in
Right.
Florida. This is a red state. People be driving with Confederate flags, but I can't wear a MAGA hat. What sense does that make? And he was like, "I don't care. You're not wearing it. I will burn it right now if you try to wear it outside." So I remember having that fight, and then I was thinking, you know what? This is not worth it. I won't wear it. Whatever. So I only used to just wear it in the house. That's why it doesn't really bother me. We're in 2025. Like, come on. This is so 2019. So
Yeah.
2020, when you would get like a hate crime for attacking somebody with a MAGA hat, or that you would get berated on the street. It doesn't make sense. So anyways, you guys,
I blame it on Jesse Smollett.
and then that's when that happened. Yeah, it was the season to start claiming that because you was wearing a MAGA hat, or that people with MAGA hats were such bad people.
And we found out that the whole Jesse Smollett thing was BS too. So
I knew it from the beginning,
Yeah,
man.
yeah.
I knew it from the beginning, and that's the joke in the you know, the song that I play in the intro and the outro.
Yeah.
That song is from he used to be like a MAGA rapper.
Yeah.
And in the song, he says, he mentions Jussie Smollett, and he says, "I know is MAGA country," because
Yeah.
when he said,
Yeah.
"Oh, that the assailants said this is MAGA country," we were like, "Yes, Jesse, this is MAGA country. What you thought?" But
And
anyways,
again, let's look at the pattern. Let's look at that story real quick. Didn't the media just jump all over that story? And that's all you heard for like 3 months. And yeah, you see the pattern. And we know that was bullcrap now. The thing with the Hunter Biden laptop, we know that
right.
that was true, but Can you see the patterns, folks?
Right. Whatever they tell you is the truth. Just believe the opposite.
Absolutely.
And they had to apologize when the whole Jussie thing found out that he was lying. So
Yeah.
now you look foolish that you were supporting this guy. They were giving him interviews. They were saying how much, the hate crime, yada yada. And it all came out to be a lie. So that's just retarded. Okay, so this is the video. This is the context of the video that we just played. So this is what happened on the train.
Okay.
That's why he won. Because of people like you. That's why he won. That is why he won. Because of people like you. You need to stop it. Let him live. Bro, this is like good. Chill, bro. You're okay with that? He's a racist. I'm okay. How can I be racist?
If you fucking voted for Trump, you're racist. He's a racist.
How can I be racist? No, he's not. Leave him alone. Doesn't watch the news. You realize he was a Democrat. I'm highly educated.
Oh, are you? Then why are you wearing that hat? Only
the Democrats been running New York since who knows how long. But then Trump comes in and just fixes it. Well, this is my style. I hope you enjoy the hat. Oh, she's like a
So
that was funny.
Yes, Mr. M, distracted in politics. I do agree people can take it a little too far, right? But this is the moment where I truly believe that Trump woke up so many people that they are actually doing this in the street. People are actually talking in the public square about political things like this. They politicized a hat. They politicized a mask. They politicized the flu, etc. But at least people are actually talking back. The man says, how can I be racist? And he shows his skin color. Because that's what the left says, that you're racist if you support Trump. Well, what if the person's black or Indian or any other race, Hispanic? He says, I am highly educated in the video. She goes, well, are you? Are you highly educated? That's another talking point that doesn't make sense to me. That you either have to be not educated to support somebody like Trump. They think that they're smarter than you. They think that they're better than you just because of who they voted for or who they support.
Yep.
That's what bothers me. But he was brave, in my opinion, to even wear that in New York City, because we know damn well, like me and Tony, and I've spoken to her about this. I was like, I had to be a closeted conservative when I was in New York, because I know the moment I open up my mouth, people are going to sniff the right wing right off of me. It's like you can't even hide it.
Yeah.
It's a little scary because you're not comfortable enough with your own political beliefs, because I was still exploring at the time. You're not even comfortable having these types of conversations, let alone wear a MAGA hat in the middle of a New York City train station. And that's downtown Manhattan. You know what I'm saying? Like, he's brave for that.
I mean, you're so on point when you say that this is just so 2019, 2020.
Exactly.
It's
so welcome to the stage, Jussie Smollett. And now that we have a group, I wanted to show everybody my new interactive stage here. Look how beautiful it looks. You have to unmute yourself, Jussie Smollett.
What town?
This is Manhattan. This is where we come from. So I got the American flag waving in the background, and we're right over the water looking at downtown Manhattan.
That is beautiful.
I know, it's so beautiful. So when I get a group now, I'm going to start switching the stage to this so that more people can,
Wow.
it could look like we're chilling outside.
Oh, no. It's Toni Morris of the governing body.
Well, you came here first, Jussie, so go ahead. You got 3 minutes.
Hey, I just want to agree with you. And you and Jimmy were saying something about that a lot of people are speaking out in the subway. Listen, I have been speaking out since birth. Look at that.
Yeah, I know that picture. Yeah.
That's Gilbert on my bike. And that's me right there. In 1976, we were always patriots. We always had the spirit of 76. We always preached it. And I noticed a lot of people didn't preach it. like in this time, they had just knocked out Nixon, and we were out there still fighting for him. And they, they were, but you're right. In different times, only one person carried the water. For example, during Barry Goldwater, only Barry Goldwater, only Ronald Reagan, only Richard Nixon, only Sarah Palin, and only Rush Limbaugh, only Paul Harvey. And they would get beat up. Like in the time of the judges in Israel, they would send out one judge, and then Israel would reject them and fall back into paganism. But now we're seeing kids on the subway, like you said, defending. The tide is changing.
Right.
We're seeing it with our own eyes.
Right. Wow. Thank you, Jesse. Gigi, go ahead.
Oh, hey, Ruby, how you doing? Hey, when that video that you showed about Kentucky Fried Chicken, right? See, so what happens is, if you type in like who owns Yum Brands, Yum Brands is the company that owns Pepsi, Taco Bell, KFC. They own all of these things. So 30% is owned by Vanguard, BlackRock, and JP Morgan Chase combined.
Yep.
So here's the thing. The point I'm trying to make is real simple. Let's say Ruby is the best person to run a restaurant. You know how to run KFC, and you're going to be the chief executive officer. And you say, and they name you, and you say, you know what? I don't want this crappy commercial, and I don't care about LGBT, and I don't care about this and that. I just want to make chicken. Well, guess what? BlackRock says, no, you're going to do whatever we tell you to do, or we'll put somebody in who will do it. So basically what we have in America is unfortunately a monopoly type system. And so I know Donald Trump loves, God bless him, I know he loves the big businesses and everything, but we have a problem where like one corporation owns like 10 different department stores in your shopping center. So they're a conglomerate, and BlackRock has the controlling shares. So he gets to vote in whoever they want. So it is kind of like a big club. And I don't know. I know Donald Trump's aware of this problem, but that's why you see those videos, because the people in charge of these companies are not really in charge. BlackRock's in charge, and whoever lends BlackRock the money to do their pyramid scam, they're the ones calling the shot. And so this is why the Rothschilds would say they'll let you be king, they'll let you be president, just give us the banking system.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, and another way to define what Gigi's talking about here, this is the definition of what fascism is.
Mm-hmm.
Fascism is when you have corporations and government colluding together to exhibit control over the people.
Mm-hmm.
So there's nothing wrong with having a big business if you just stick to making t-shirts or whatever the hell you're making, metal parts for other companies. If you just stick to your business and do your job and not get involved in the political, okay, that's fine. But what we have here are greedy SOBs that have buddied up with the government to push an agenda on the people.
Yeah, correct. Because I remember when we were kids, we used to call it, when the government picks the winners and losers is fascism or communism, whatever. When government picks the winners and losers, it's not supposed to be that way. They're not supposed to pick the government. They're supposed to be a neutral arbiter. But do you remember when we were kids in the 1980s, Gilbert, when Chrysler was being taken over by Lee Iacocca, and Ronald Reagan, of all people, was going to do a buyout, a save Chrysler?
Yeah.
Do you remember how our country was in turmoil over one corporation being saved?
Yeah.
Our country was in turmoil. I don't know if you guys remember 1980, but it was bad. We were just going to save one corporation, Chrysler, and everybody was throwing a fit because we knew that that wasn't the role of government.
Right.
Correct. And so, Ruby, if you just, I'm just gonna, it's just a screen right there, and you'll see it. Who owns Yum, Pepsi Cola, and was those three people: Vanguard, J.P. Morgan Chase, and right there, they own 30% when you add all those three. And so the point is, three people are going to decide what that commercial is going to be like. And really one, because it's the banker who lends these people the money, the first two. So we have a banking problem in our country. I'm not talking your local credit union. It is a Rothschild type problem. It is a World Bank, like the King of England type problem. And Donald Trump is not, how would you say, he's not stupid when it comes to these matters. He's well.
Oh no, he's well aware of all this stuff.
Yes.
Very well aware of it.
Mm-hmm.
I have a video for Jimmy that I wanted to show you about the. Sorry, Gigi. I don't know if you were done, but it's a little subject change. And it's funny because I know that Jimmy doesn't believe in space or the moon, and I don't believe in it either. So this is a thing on Instagram. It says, "Me when I hear people say that Elon rescued the astronauts after they were stuck in space for 9 months."
I've probably seen this.
It's a wazzy, it's a woozy, it's a fairy dust. It doesn't exist. It's never landed. It is no matter. It's not on the elemental chart. It's not fucking real. Fugazi, fugazi, it's a wazzy, it's a woozy, it's a fairy dust. It doesn't exist. It's never landed. It is no matter. It's not on the elemental chart. It's not fucking real.
I love that. He's like, "Oh, it's a fugazi, it's a fugazi, it's fake."
But Ruby, you know what's interesting on that clip? When you mention Elon Musk, in that clip, he's telling him that the money in your computer is just a digit on the thing. Well, Elon Musk this past week found 14 computers that were doing just that. They were just inventing money, and they were just writing checks. And it's interesting how that what you just played, that was major news in the Gateway Pundit. That would be nice to have one of those computers. There's 14 of them that they found.
Yeah.
Just inventing money and printing it to their friends. So what we have right now is a money laundering operation that is happening in Washington, D.C. And this is what Doge uncovered. Today, the news broke out that over 7 million Social Security numbers of people that are 120 years old and above have finally been put to rest.
Yeah, I saw that.
So 7 million old people died today.
Yeah.
One day.
Wow.
And their Social Security
I think we should have a moment of silence for the 120.
Yeah. So where did that money go? Where were those Social Security checks going? And were they going to like retirement homes? Were they going to retirement homes?
Democratic election?
Yeah, it's a money laundering operation is what we're seeing here.
I mean, that money was going out all over the place. It was going back into politicians' pockets. It's being used to fund things like C-19, and then it's used to fund the brainwashing apparatus to get everybody to believe in the whole C-19. It's also being used to fund a riot. It's also being used to trafficking. This money laundering is huge, and this is why I don't I mean, I get it, but I don't understand why people won't go down daggone rabbit holes and figure out what's actually being uncovered, folks.
Well, let me help.
Look at all this money that's been stolen from us.
Well, but let me help you. It's real simple. I'll simplify it. Just think about this. You have 7 million people on the Social Security rolls that are 120 and older, not 110, not 100. So that money, let's just say, goes to a retirement home. And who owns the retirement home? Well, maybe a whole bunch of different insiders. But guess who also gets the mail there? Not only do you get your Social Security mail, you also get your voter mail.
Yep, that too.
So 7 million people could have been voting as well. And this is why I say that 25 Columbia Heights used to be Watchtower's address. So imagine all of the people that Watchtower has that would missionaries in Africa, all over the world, Circuit Overseers District, all those people. Well, all of those people used to live in the United States, the majority of them, and so they probably have an address, kind of like a U.S. post office box or something. And so, so all of their Social Security, IRS, their tax forms, their COVID bonus check, you remember those? It goes to where? It goes to Warwick, and rightfully so, because if you're serving as a missionary in Bolivia, you got to get your federal mail somewhere. So now that they have your name, so imagine, I would not doubt if all of the people in Warwick that work for Watchtower out of the country, I bet you they vote in Warwick.
Oh, you can count on it.
So Watchtower would have a political sway in who's going to be the mayor, and the mayor will give them the permits.
Exactly.
And that's just one organization.
Yep.
That's just one organization. Imagine 10,000 of them, 1 million of them.
Well, Trump signed an EO today to start protecting our elections. Ruby, I think I put it on my X. I dropped a lot of stuff tonight because I was like, well, maybe I'll just get Ruby to look at my X thing, and then she could pull these clips up. But there was an EO signed today on the elections, and Gigi, you're absolutely right. That's what they that's what they do.
Okay, so this is your X page.
So it's going to be small for me. I can't read it, but it should be pictures of Trump signing executive orders. And there was one that was for election. That's not it. That's something else. Okay, what's that one say?
Yeah, this is it. President Trump just signed a huge executive order to secure our elections. The order requires cutting federal funding to states who refuse to take steps to secure elections, DHS resources to be used to ensure illegals are not voting, a citizenship question on the voting form for the first time, DOJ to vigorously pursue election crimes, especially in states not compliant with federal law around election integrity.
Okay, yeah. So you don't really have to show the video because, I mean, it's just him signing the order. But that's what it does. He did that today.
Okay. There was some starred comments that I didn't get to, so I wanted to bring those up before we move further.
Yeah, because we ain't even got into JFK yet.
Oh yeah, and I'm gonna lean into that in a minute. So from the firecracker, she says, we've been brainwashed to believe the country can't run unless we are paying taxes, but taxes have only been since 1913. Before that, this country was booming on tariffs from other countries. And we did talk about this on the video about tariffs. So you should be able to see that title on the live tab. Jennifer M said, the Houthis are terrorists that attack merchant ships. So I think she was mentioning this when we were talking about the news hour, when Jimmy was giving some titles. And I am learning about this, so I don't know too much about that.
The Houthis are an Iran-backed terror cell operating in Yemen, and we talked about this last week. And I think it's the Strait of Hormuz. I can't remember which body of water it is that goes right there, but a lot of your shipping goes through that strait, that area that they are at, and they have been firing missiles and stuff on shipping containers and hijacking them and things like that. However, one thing to notice is only 3% of U.S. goods come through that strait. However, 40% of the stuff that goes to Europe goes through that strait or that body of water. I found that very I found that very interesting. But again, the Houthis are backed by the Iranian deep state.
Okay, so there's something going on there.
Yeah.
Wildwald said 5 hours ago, Trump says National Security Advisor Mike Waltz has learned a lesson after Yemen attack leak glitch.
Okay.
So that was when we were talking about that.
I'd like to talk about that. Can I just say one?
Yeah,
comment?
Go ahead. 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay. Real quick. the other day, Bill Murray was on Joe Rogan, and they were talking about Richard Nixon. Now, this is real important. I know I keep bringing up Richard Nixon, but it was really big when I was a kid in the 60s and 70s. It changed our lives. And a lot of us feel that it was an inside job to get Richard Nixon. And what I'm saying is our American brothers and sisters working in the deep state took out Nixon. And what we're seeing with the JFK files is we're seeing that Nixon threatened to release some of the CIA files, some of the government records. And so a lot of times deep state operatives take out even the presidents. So why wouldn't they take out Mike Waltz? And so a lot of us are sick and tired of it because we've seen it all our life. Did you know that Richard Nixon is a saint compared to Maxine Waters and Nancy Pelosi? He's a saint.
Yep.
Good point, because I think that's exactly what happened to JFK and maybe any other president who they tried to assassinate.
And that's what they try to do to Mike. That's what they try to do to Pete Hegseth, Marco Rubio. They're trying to set him up.
Yeah. And
take this, put this in the back of your head and think about this. Trump held 96 rallies last summer. 96. CNN did not air any of them but one.
The Butler, Pennsylvania one where he almost got shot. And I'm sorry, that's what makes me believe that maybe it was planned. I don't know, but you know.
But check this out. So
Go
the
ahead.
96, Donald Trump had his own security detail and he was safe. So going back to the Houthis, and you're going to hear about this, the big problem, in my opinion, is not the ships being bombed. The big problem is when you look at the pictures and you have a tanker, you have all of these Houthis going to the tanker, and then they're going with their guns and in these boats. And you know what the tankers are using to fight back? Water cannons, because of international law with the United Nations. So here's the thing. If I have $500 million on a boat, you think as a billionaire, I could afford my own private security to defend myself while I'm going through the Red Sea? The answer is yes. So if I was fired upon by a bunch of guys in a motorboat, I could wipe them out instantly. But you can't. Why? Because of the United Nations and international law. So Donald Trump is eventually going to address this with the American people and says, you know what? We don't need to be bombing the Houthis. We don't need to be bombing Yemen. We need to give Evergreen and all of those other companies that have a boat, if you've been fired upon first, you can retaliate. And guess what? That'll be like the Second Amendment of the seas.
Yes.
You know? So that's the problem that we have, is you're allowing pirates to attack your ship, and then you're telling them that you have to disarm. Donald Trump knows this too, and I bet you money he's going to address this situation.
Well, you just look at that on a national scale. You know, they want the American citizen to give up their guns, but yet they already know that the criminals are going to get guns if they want to get them.
Mm-hmm.
So then we're all left unarmed. It's the same thing. It's the same playbook. Right. So the deep state globalists, they are allowing this crap that the Houthis they're allowing it to happen.
And then they make the bombs, that land in Yemen that kill innocent people as well.
Right.
And then BlackRock makes money because they own stock in all of those.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's a whole cycle. That's why I'm anti-war. I'm anti all of that.
Look at us breaking this stuff down.
So if you just give the ship, and with all of these cameras, if you could prove that you were fired upon first and you fired back, then why do you have to worry in international law? You shouldn't have to.
Right.
And to fight back with a water cannon, think about it. You're in New York City and you're being mugged, and I fight back with a water hose.
Yeah. Well, I think if that was in place, the story of the USS Liberty would have never happened.
Correct.
Hey, but we're also dangerously close with drone technology and AI technology to end shipping as we know it.
Correct.
Oh, true. That's a good one. Okay, so back to the start comments. One from Shaq Composer. He says he was wondering if you and I, Jimmy, were gonna talk about the massive underground structures found beneath Giza, Khafre,
Yeah.
pyramid.
I saw that story, and I'm not going to talk about it this week.
Yeah, we gotta.
Only because it's just funny to me that the JFK files get dropped last week, and now they found these massive structures under the pyramids.
I think they knew it all the time, the whole time.
Yeah, and there's also, I don't know much about the technology that was used to x-ray the ground or whatever. I saw some people coming back and saying that stuff's not reliable. So they weren't sure. They think that this might be fake. I don't know yet. So I need to do a little more digging on it before I fully comment on how I feel about it.
Okay, so next Tuesday we might have a segment about that because I also saw something about the pyramids, but I fell asleep. So I need to look
Hey,
that
Ruby,
up.
can I say something religious about that Shaq Composer and Jimmy's comment?
Okay.
In a way, this strengthens my faith as a Christian because I really think that something happened at the time of Noah. Something happened where it changed our calendar, it changed our history, it changed the math. Like Göbekli Tepe, they say is 10,000 years old, according to archaeologists.
Right.
But it can't be if you're a Christian literalist. We only have 6,000 years to play with. So there's technology out there. There's archaeological diggings out there that are showing that that civilization lived 6,000 years ago. But for some reason, God found it necessary to erase antediluvian, pre-diluvian civilization. We call it prehistory, prehistoric. Something happened, something so big. So those pyramids could be true. The technology underneath those pyramids could be electrical. It could be.
Man, Jess, you're talking about a rabbit hole and information that I love to talk about.
Yeah, that's gonna need a whole episode.
Yeah,
I just wanted to say we don't know. God found it necessary to wipe it out of our history.
Yeah. Yeah, I put up a post this past weekend, and it was geared more to, it was more of a religious post because I posted a scripture in the Bible, and I was like, hey, can somebody explain this to me? And I'm telling you what, it was my most popular post last week. I had so many comments because it was funny how, well, I don't want to go down this, but it was just funny the responses I was getting just off that post talking about some of the stuff you're talking about, Jesse. That's all I'll say about that for now.
That is right up Empath Lady's lane.
Oh yeah.
Lily, that's exactly what she talks about. So I wouldn't be surprised if she sees this and she comments, or she sees it later and says something, because that's what they're all about.
I've been watching a YouTube channel here lately that's just been blowing my mind. I'll tell my wife, I'm like, baby, I gotta tell you what I watched last night. And I'm like, listen, I know this is gonna sound crazy, but hear me out. This is what I listened to. And she's like, oh my gosh. No wonder you don't go to bed till 2:30 in the morning.
Yeah, me too.
But it's all common sense. For example, if we go to architecture, like we have a building in Yuma on 4th Avenue in our main drag that was built around 1911, maybe 19. And they're beautiful buildings when our state was founded. Beautiful buildings. And then we build on top of it in, let's say, in the 1990s, and it's ugly and square. So in the 1911s, when we didn't have Craftsman tools, we didn't have Milwaukee, and we didn't have all these lasers, we were building beautiful buildings in the middle of
I said
nowhere.
that a few streams ago. I forgot when. It was like, that's the theory, is that people don't think that was man-made. It either had to be supernatural ways of building, or the technology has been destroyed or lost. It was buried, but those things still exist. We just don't know about it. We don't have knowledge of it, and they're hiding that from us.
The power of frequency.
Well, the thing with Giza is real simple, that they're alleging, and it could be right, it could just be a psyop to get you off somewhere else, but they're alleging that it's over 1 mile deep,
Yeah.
possibly 2. So if that's the case, it's not human. It wasn't built by slaves.
Exactly.
Everything that you know is a lie. So
Yeah.
that's the caveat. That it's not that
Yeah.
there's a tunnel. No, it's that it's 2 miles into the ground.
The Egyptians didn't build it if it's 2 miles deep.
Yeah, they didn't, and
It
then
wasn't Pharaoh. It wasn't
and then
Ramses.
it becomes an energy source. It becomes a power source.
Besides, Cleopatra was too busy putting on makeup. She wasn't digging 2 miles deep into the Earth's crust.
That's what the caveat here is.
Yeah. It's out there.
And when did they know this? And when did they didn't just figure this out? They must have known. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
If it's true. There you
Yeah.
go.
There's the picture.
Underground structures deep beneath the pyramid, hidden from the eyes of the world. So this is and before this came out, there was already like a meme out there that the pyramids that was okay. You've seen it, yeah. Like it was like the tip was just the beginning of it, but then underground it was like huge pillars that go for like thousands.
And it's very similar to a lot of the pictures you see of mud floods. Yeah, that's that picture. Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I saw this.
Yeah, that's been out for a while, and people laughed at it. But now we have this story coming out, and it's like, wait a second.
Right.
I mean, when you do the mud flood research and look at the buildings and everything from back then, there's always bigger structures underneath what you're actually seeing.
Briefly summarized these findings.
Right. Okay, so you know what? Yeah, next Tuesday we're gonna. I need to open up my brain to that.
Don't play it.
That's
I won't
interesting.
be able to sleep tonight. Don't play it.
Yeah.
I won't be able to sleep tonight if you play it.
You know what? Let's not. That had a video with it, didn't it?
Yeah.
Scary.
Go ahead and play it so we can get a little.
Okay, a little teaser.
Yeah, figure out what's going on.
Briefly summarized, these findings allowed us to construct a 3D model of the entire complex. The examination of dozens of tomographical images obtained from different angles using Capella space and Umbra radars enabled a 3D reconstruction of most of the objects inside the Pyramid of Khafre. Below, we present some images from our 3D analysis. The analysis of the structures above Belzoni's chamber are intensely colored spots which can be observed appearing in all tomographic images taken from different angles corresponding to the internal artificial structures. On the next page, it says that improvements of the signal-to-noise ratio revealing the internal structure of the 5 Zs, consisting of 5 horizontal levels and a sloping roof. So this is the raw pictures of the data that they used to create their model. And this is the model. So it reads the tomography with another cross-sectional line showing the presence of vertical structures. And if you think that was pretty mind-blowing, it then goes on to say, as observed in the 3D model below the ground level, so ground zero of the main structure, vertically aligned cylindrical structures extend for hundreds of meters beneath the Giza Plateau. Notably, 8 of these structures, arranged in 2 parallel rows from north to south, descend to a depth of 648 meters, merging into 2 large cubic structures measuring approximately 80 meters per side. These features are illustrated in the topographical images and models presented. The paper then adds to that with some even more interesting detail, which is that the 8 cylindrical structures that have been identified in the tomographical image
Okay, so that was a little teaser video.
Wow.
Yeah, exactly what Wild said is like when they found statues on Easter Island.
Easter Island,
Were only giant heads. Then after digging, there was huge bodies attached. Also, other large
Yes.
findings.
Yes.
I didn't know about that, so I'm gonna have to look into that. But that's interesting. Yeah, that's crazy.
And just another side, with the pyramids, it's just funny how those pyramids also line up with the stars in Orion's belt.
And the Jehovah's Witnesses, they don't like to use the word Easter Island. They want to do Memorial of Christ's Death Island.
Hey, but Jimmy, that's a great point about Orion's belt because because it has nothing. I know because Jesse and I we've had this argument. It says that we keep looking at the stars every year and they're in the same location. It's not like the universe model is real, but no, the science. I saw videos where what Jimmy's talking about. If you rewind planet Earth to like 10,000 years, those were pointing to the Orion belts, to stars that we don't see today.
Yep.
So it is prehistoric, and it's we're not alone in the universe is all I can say.
Yeah, interesting. So that's it. Yeah, so next Tuesday I'm definitely gonna save some videos. Send me any information if you guys have it. You can email me. I actually have a new email for the the political corner. I'll put it in the chat. New Yorker Rican 21@gmail.com, so I can separate.
Here's where I agree with Gilbert. We're not the only ones in the universe, yes, but we're the only ones that matter.
Yeah,
because Jesus died for us. There's something. God loves us for some reason. We're made in His image. Let us make man in our image. So we're special, and they're not allowed. They have certain rules of engagement when they're with us.
Let me ask a quick question. This will open. Never mind, because it'll open up a whole can of worms. Never mind. Go ahead. Sorry for interrupting.
So what I'm saying is that sometimes the extraterrestrial beings, whatever you want to call them, they're not supposed to come in contact with us humans. And when they did, everything bad happens.
Right.
For example, let's say you're a human and you're standing next to an ant hole. You're probably going to drop your cigarette butts in there. You're probably going to step on them. You're going to probably put lighter fluid in their hole. You're going to do something. We always kill lower life forms. They're not supposed to come in contact with us. They're supposed to leave the humans alone. But every once in a while, when we cross paths, all shit hits the fan.
But you know what, Jesse, just real quick, and Ruby, I think you'll understand this because they hate us. One thing we know is the aliens do hate us. And if they could barbecue us, they would. But it's real simple, the reason why. Now, you know how Gene Hackman died and the kids are suing because they want the money? So imagine if so we're all here, right? All of us we come from the same mom and dad. But only Ruby is getting the inheritance. We are all going to hate Ruby. That's just how it is. So what happens in the spirit realm is they forfeited their inheritance, their birthright. That's why my voting ballot says, accept your birthright, right? God is your father, you're his son. See, so the angels, the demons forfeited what God is giving to us. So in planet Earth, when all of us know that there's dad died and there's millions of dollars, only one person gets it, all of the siblings are going to hate that one.
Right.
So in a similar way, that's what's happening right now in the universe. Those demons hate us because they hate themselves for having forfeited their birthright.
Yeah, this could go on for another one. Yeah, we could have this.
Very, very interesting, Gigi, but we're going to move a little bit forward. Really quickly, before I go back to the starred comments, John Marcianos is asking me, what's up with the glowing red eyes? And that's the thumbnail. So the glowing red eyes is like a meme that kind of just means like
awake.
Yeah, you're activated, but you're based. It's like you're awake, and it's like you're laser focused on the real issues. It's like you're awake, so you notice the things. So that's all it means. And I only put that for the new Unrelenting Political Corner because we're changing, turning a new leaf, rebranding. But my eyes are like beaming now that I'm not gonna allow certain things to happen, and we're gonna move forward with no drama, basically. So it's like I'm ready. I'm a warrior now.
So I do want to address one thing I saw in the comments just real briefly. Wall said, "Go ahead and ask it, Jimmy, because I won't be able to sleep at night or sleep tonight."
Yep.
So I'm just going to ask it, and we're going to leave it, and we want to move on. But Jesse said something about God said, "Let us make man," and I was going to say, Jesse, do you really believe it was God, or was it the Anunnaki talking to one another about making man?
I don't know, Jimmy. I don't know. I really believe. I believe it was Jesus and God, his father. I don't know. But when we die, we're going to die soon. We're going to find out. But my faith is in Jesus, and I'm hoping it's Jesus, because all the lessons of history says if it's not Jesus, we're in a world of hurt. At least he was willing to die for me. And you.
I want to have a private conversation with you sometime, Jesse, and let you hear some of the stuff that I've been researching here lately. It's very, very interesting.
And to quote the water boy, the Anunnaki is the devil. And hey, listen.
I know this is going to turn.
No, but Ruby, real quick, there's something in the chat section. Julian Watson. I just wanted. I'll go after this, but he was talking about how we're seeing all of these fraud and things, and why are people not getting arrested? And why would you arrest? So all I'm saying to people is we're seeing a lot of bad things. Just chill. That day will come, but it's called premature. It's premature.
Yeah, I had this comment started. I was going to bring it up.
Why would you want to arrest one person or two people? Why would you want to arrest Maxine Waters with a debit card from a 120-year-old person as she's at the ATM getting that money? Why would you want to do that when there's about 700 more people that you can get, 1,000 more people? So I do believe it. I think it's premature to go down there right now. That's just my opinion.
Wild to the exact same thing. He's like, yeah, it's one thing to say that we found fraud, but back it up with arrests. Where are the arrests? And I remember asking this before too, with Jimmy.
Yep. I'm telling you guys, you're going to see arrest.
Now, this is a good question, Jimmy. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. But Cat B says, does most countries have a deep state, or is there just one controlling deep state with their tentacles reaching far and wide? So that's a
beautiful question.
So you have the three main powers, which would be the Vatican, the City of London, and Washington, D.C. Those are the three seats of power for the deep state. And then what they've done through their federal banking system, their centralized banking system, they have infiltrated pretty much every country. Now there's some that do not have deep state in them because they kicked them out. Russia's one of those. There's other countries that they haven't been able to infiltrate. But I would say over time, 90% of your countries who have central bank systems have been infiltrated somehow by the deep state globalist.
We agree on the GG for GB Church. Me and Gilbert are two members of the church. But this is the way we say it. Exactly what Jimmy says. We agree with him 100%. But we try to keep it simple. So we're going to say it in simple English. There is deep state in other countries, but we're the only country that matters.
Yeah. I love that. I love it.
Look what I just put down. The Rothschild guy said, "Permit me to issue and control the money of a nation, and I care not who makes its laws." So to answer your question,
exactly.
Every country on earth, like Uganda asked the president, "Mr. President, can I give you a royal flush and a poker hand, the greatest hand ever, and offer you billions of dollars of gold, silver, oil, precious metals? Just bring peace to our African country." Well, see, that's what the Rothschilds want. They want to have control of the money, and they don't care if it's the United States, Africa. They don't care where. Just give me control of the money, and I will control your country. So yes, the answer is yes. There is a deep state in every country.
All right. So the last hour for the unrelenting political corner, we're gonna dive into the JFK
Were there any
files.
more comments, Ruby?
Not that I have starred. So I
Okay.
went through all of the important ones.
Okay.
Some of them are Gigi. Gigi says bye. Well, thank you, Gigi, for joining the stage. And I have a good segue. John Marciano says, question, JFK files and Israeli connection, conspiracy. So we're going to dive into that. Get ready, everybody, because I'm going to show you a couple clips. And you already know, we talked about anti-Semitic ism, whatever you want to call it, that once you start questioning, once you start criticizing, the number one thing people say is, oh, you're anti-Semitic. But we're over that, okay? We don't care about the name calling. We don't care about none of that. We are just going to give the facts, and you can do what you want with it. You can look up the files yourself, 80,000 pages. You can go through it if you want to. I'm just going to show you a couple clips, and then we're going to talk about it. So if you want to join now to talk about the JFK, hit the link at the top of the chat and join us. Now, there is one interesting thing. I remember this guy being in the news when I was a little girl. Okay, so this is Osama bin Laden. And I'm going to play this clip of what he said about us. Let's listen in.
أقول إن الشعب الأمريكي أسلم قياده لقيادة خائنة. فالحكومة الأمريكية نسميها تجاوزا حكومة أمريكية، لكننا نعتقد إنها حكومة تمثل إسرائيل في داخل أمريكا. فإذا نظرنا إلى الوزارات الحساسة في داخل الحكومة الحالية كوزارة الدفاع أو كوزارة الخارجية أو الأجهزة الأمنية الحساسة كCIA وغيرها، نجد أن اليهود لهم الكلمة الأولى في الحكومة الأمريكية. أقول إن الشعب
Okay, so I'm going to pause it there. I'm going to read the subtitles for anybody who wants a quick version. He says, I say that the American people... Let's see. Let me skip here. Gave leadership to a traitorous... Sorry. To a traitorous leadership. I agree with that.
100%.
We talk about that here often, right? So he's talking about the deep state, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now let's move a little forward. He says the American government is called the American government, but we think it is an agent that represents Israel.
Yep. I agree with him.
And if we look at sensitive departments, which is like the CIA, FBI, all those three-letter agencies, Defense Department, State Department, CIA, and others. That's how they exploit America to carry out their plans in the world, and especially the Muslim world.
Yep. I can't disagree with him there on anything he said.
Yep. I was surprised to find that now in my adulthood when I remember this guy to supposedly be an evil guy, right?
Right.
Behind the 9/11, behind terrorism, behind all of these reasons for going to war for literally my whole existence, 20 plus years, right?
Right.
So, and I do take what he says with a grain of salt, because was he not hired by the CIA?
Yeah, he was a CIA operative.
Okay, so even though he's telling the truth, once again, it's like you're hired by them. So really what, like, it's like you're telling on yourself, basically.
I will say this, that there are people that have been in the CIA that have rejected it and left. Now, I'm not saying that might be the case for him at that point in history, but I do know of some that, like the Wright Report. That guy was an ex-CIA operative.
Right.
And he's telling people, hey, this is what it's like. So there are people out there that are exposing how the CIA actually operates.
Hey, Ruby, can I, in mine and Gilbert's life, when we were babies, when we were little kids, my mom was a Jehovah's Witness and my dad was a Eagles. and he'd go shoot pool on Thursday nights while my mom took us to the Kingdom Hall. And my dad would come home drunk, and sometimes he would take me and Gilbert to the bar if we could get away, sneak away from my mom to go with my dad. So we were raised with my dad at the bar and with my mom at the Kingdom Hall. And it was a beautiful childhood, I think. It was a beautiful, because you see both sides. And I remember when my dad used to get drunk. He used to get drunk, and he used to put me and Gilbert on his lap. And he would tell us that America ended when they killed John F. Kennedy. My dad really believed it, and he was like crying. He loved John F. Kennedy. And me and my brother Gilbert, we didn't want to believe it because we loved America so much. We didn't want to believe that we had anything to do with it. And my dad says, yes, we ended, but we didn't understand. We were so little.
Yeah.
We didn't understand because America was so great. How could it dead? How could it be dead? So
Right.
I think there are elements in America that are evil, just like there's decay in everything. You can't have absolute zero in our atmosphere. It immediately starts to decay. That's one of the principles of thermodynamics I learned when I was a kid. And the same thing happens with good and evil. In the United States, we are a fundamentally good people. And it was a miracle when we came up with the Bill of Rights. But there was always people opposed to it.
Right.
So it's natural that we have evil people in the deep state. It's natural. But we always fighting against it. It's a constant struggle of good versus evil. And
Not only that, we are infiltrated by Israel. But they want us to believe that they are our ally. That's the disconnection that we're having here, is to realize and to recognize that they are not our ally, and we should not be supporting them in anything that they do. So
the argument, this is
So-
the argument they put forward to you. They
Right.
would say that they are the only democratic republic in the Middle
Right.
East. That's how they would propose it to you.
Exactly, but I don't care. Like it shouldn't matter, because if we are America, right, and like you say, we're the only ones that matter, we don't need Israel to do anything. We could just do it ourselves, like we've always done. Are we not the big bad, powerful big brother? Go ahead.
Yeah,
Jimmy.
but I think before we get too far off on this, let's do more videos to back up what we're saying.
Yes, because there's another clip that I would like to show of Candace Owens making a good point about the Wikipedia, and I think you do know about this, Jimmy, already.
Yeah.
But I wanted to share this element of noticing.
Naftali Bennett, who became a prime minister, the prime minister of Israel, is in this video I'm about to show you, discussing how as soon as Wikipedia hit the map, they were infiltrating, training
Oh, yeah, I did see this.
Zionists to become the editors. This is a real clip of a future prime minister of Israel. Take a listen.
With My Israel has arranged instruction day for wiki editors. The goal of the day is to teach people how to edit in Wikipedia, which is the #1 source of information today in the world. As a way of example, if someone searches the Gaza flotilla, we want to be there. We want to be the guys who influence what is written there, how it's written, and to ensure that it's balanced and Zionist in nature.
So casual. We're just like trading editors to go in there and to make sure that things are Zionist. Look up anything, it's going to be like Zionist spin on it. So it's like, this is not, none of this stuff is conspiracy, guys. And
Okay.
And what's interesting about that is if we go back to the other video that we watched about the education system and how they sought out 20 historians, and they became the nucleus for the American History, whatever the hell it was, Association. And so those 20 people were controlling the information that Americans would eventually learn about, I guess. They were controlling what they knew and understood. So just like here, we have the same thing where this guy says, yeah, we want to make sure that we have our people in there messing up
Changing the narrative.
Changing the narrative. Thank you. Changing the narrative.
Controlling the narrative as well, because they are the ones who are editing this.
Exactly.
They are everywhere. Like once you start noticing,
Oh my
they
God, yeah.
are everywhere.
Yep.
Okay, so this is another clip that I would like to show you. I have a couple of more clips.
Yeah,
to,
and I think there's some too. So
Okay, good. So let's watch this one, and then I think I have two or three more that shows how closely they are in our government.
Israel is a democracy and is our ally.
Yes,
right?
they are.
Explain to me what you see as, why you target or why you have a grudge against the Israelis.
The grudge is not necessarily a grudge. It's an objective assessment that no one will have the courage to speak about. This may be you don't want to hear. I don't know. And I certainly don't want to hurt you on your show. You have one of the best. You're fair. But I believe that Israel has a powerful stranglehold on the American government. They control both members of the House and the Senate. They have us involved in wars of which we have little or no interest. Our children are coming back in body bags. Our nation is bankrupt over these wars. And if you open your mouth, you get targeted. And if they don't beat you at the poll, they'll put you in prison. They're controlling much of our foreign policy. They're influencing much of our domestic policy. Wolfowitz, as Undersecretary of Defense, manipulated President Bush #2 back into Iraq. They pushed definitely to try and get Bush before he left to move into Iran. We're conducting an expansionist policy of Israel, and everybody's afraid to say it. They control much of the media. They control much of the commerce of the country, and they control powerfully both bodies of the Congress. They own the Congress.
Are you an anti-Semite?
No, I'm not. That's exactly what they're going to say. We have a one-sided foreign policy in the Mideast, and we've alienated Arabs who have no way of fighting. So what they've done, and I predicted this on the House floor, is they would export violence to America, and they have. They have no other way to fight. I'm saying this to you right now. Israel gets approximately $15 billion a year from the American taxpayers. That $15 billion is $30,000 for every man, woman, and child. People in my district are losing their pension benefits.
There you go. And then it says that he died in a car accident 4 years later.
Oh, really? Wow.
Right. Exactly when they start telling the truth is when they somehow die. A few years later. So I'm glad. You see, this is why I love X, is because you can find things like this, and that's what starts your digging in the rabbit hole. And this is the awakening that I'm having, and it's very upsetting. And this is probably the only thing that I will agree with liberals or left-leaning Democrats is the issue with Israel. We should not be supporting them. So that's one thing that we can agree on, because I know a lot of Democrats were against it. Go ahead.
I disagree with it because what I saw, I remember James Traficant, and I remember James Traficant only had one supporter in the American Beltway. In the early 2000s, James Traficant only had one survivor. Fact check me. Go back in time. He was a Republican. He only had one supporter, and that was Rush Limbaugh, and everybody that supported Rush Limbaugh, 81 million Americans. So in the Republican Party, James Traficant had a very powerful voice. It wasn't the left. The left was controlled by Israel at the time. As a matter of fact, if you go,
But that's exactly what he's saying. It's like they control both sides. So when people actually say that, I agree with that. But it's only because they're bought and paid for by AIPAC, which is an Israeli foreign lobby group, which is why we shouldn't have those. If we didn't have that grip, then we can be the America we were supposed to be.
But Ruby, how do you explain this? Do you believe in paradise, earth, nirvana, or paradise? Did you know there's a place called paradise where Jew and Muslim walk hand in hand in eternal bliss? Where Chuck Schumer and Ilhan Omar walk beautifully into the sunset on a beautiful evening in the springtime? In the Democrat Party, Jew and Arab live side by side, kind of like Michael Jackson, side by side on my piano keyboard. Ebony and ivory. So Arabs and Jews live together right now in the Democratic Party, hand in hand.
He's got a point there, yeah.
Okay, well, I have a couple of funny videos when it comes to the topic that we're talking about, because a lot of people, this is how also information comes out in this information war that Jimmy talks about, is through memes. It's to make people laugh, because in reality, this is the truth that's happening. So this is one funny one that I found on X. It says, me unlocking 0% interest rates with one simple fashion choice.
Here comes the money.
Here we go. Money talk.
Here comes
And it's Donald Trump with the
God.
little hat. But this is also what bothers me. Why are American presidents wearing this little hat and kissing the wall? I've never understood that. What is that? But it's funny.
I think that's more
for a
religious
chuckle.
tones than political tones. That specific question that you just gave has more of a religious answer than a political answer.
Nah, I think it has more to do with some strategy going on, but that's just me.
Yeah, but I mean, like, why do we have to conform to anybody else's religious tradition or politics when it comes to visiting them? You know how, like, that Italian woman, the president, was it her or who was it that they went to that country and she refused to wear the head.
Yeah, the headdress. Yeah, who was that? I can't remember who that was.
Was that
Yeah.
Meloni? Was that Meloni?
Yeah.
It was
I think
one of
it
those
was.
leaders that refused to wear the head covering, and I agree with that because it's like you have nothing to do with their customs or traditions or anything. You're just visiting, and you are a leader. Why do you have to bend the knee to any other country? That's just me.
Yeah.
Hey, but check this out, Ruby. If one of the movie I watch like 3-4 times a year, Casablanca, it's in Morocco. It's and the Casablanca back then. This was during World War II. Naturally everybody was trying to escape from Nazi, but the point is that everybody would go to Casablanca. You can go visit. I put in the comment section, Duke Ellington, the famous jazz musician, talks about in the 50s that how beautiful Kabul, Afghanistan was, and he was doing a concert over there. Everybody talks about Iran, when the Americans would just flock to Iran when the Shah was there.
Yep.
But something happened. So all of our movies show the Middle East, Lawrence of Arabia, Americans, British, everyone's over there. For some reason, yes, you can say we're colonizers, like the British were colonized, but the point is, all of that land, people from all over the world, even the Chinese, everybody was doing business, everybody was traveling. But
Yep.
along comes post-World War II, and now all of a sudden we have these Muslim religions that are like dictators, and now what they are, they're like drug traffickers. You know how drug traffickers in Mexico have a certain territory, the Sinaloa cartel and this cartel? Well, Nayib Bukele of El Salvador says, why don't they have it in France? Why don't they have cartels in America where they say we control South Dakota? Because these governments don't allow it to happen. But the reason it happens in Mexico is because the cartels are in the government. And so they allow for these little territory disputes. What I'm saying is this thing about the Middle East and the Muslim dictatorship, it's allowed by the government, because a real government that wanted to have peace and travel and everything, they wouldn't let them run like warlords and have control over certain districts. So this is planned. The whole history of the world in that area, there was always.
So this whole thing goes back to what Israel wanted during the whole JFK thing, and then you'll understand once you learn about what Israel wanted and what JFK didn't allow to happen. But after he was gone, it was allowed to happen, and that incident is what created the destabilization of the Middle East.
Yes,
So
like the 1979 Islamic Revolution under Jimmy Carter. People forget it was Jimmy Carter.
Yeah,
also the Arab Spring under Barack Obama.
Yeah, I don't want us to get too. I wanted there's this information on JFK that we got to get out, because then it's going to bring some context to what our commentary and analysis is.
Yep. So this is the video with Ian. It's a 4-minute video that talks about exactly what Jimmy just mentioned.
Have you ever wondered how we got to this point where one of the biggest lobbying groups in America can openly brag that they are representing a foreign country? This is from AIPAC's website, but somehow they don't have to register under the FARA Act as someone acting on behalf of a foreign actor. They literally brag about how many millions they spent and about how 98% of their buying of our politicians was successful this election cycle. Did you know that they were actually this close to having to register as a foreign agent before a certain thing happened? Here, I'll show you, and I'll show you where you can find all these primary sources too. So if you go to this URL right here, israellobby.org/AZCDOJ, it's a history of when AIPAC almost had to register as a foreign agent. And back then, they were known as the American Zionist Council. Right there, the American Zionist Council. Well, it turns out that President John F. Kennedy was about to force them to register under FARA. And this is a history of all of the original documents that pertain to the legal case. And when you click on any of these links, it'll take you to original archived sources of the actual documents from the actual testimonies that you can read. Even cool little snippets like this that say federal lawyers are near a decision on whether to require the AZC to register as an agent of the Israeli government. And back in June and July of 1963, the federal government was nearing a decision requiring the American Zionist Council registering as an agent of the Israeli government. Americans of whatever faith believe firmly that America is their country and America alone. The Zionist lawyer, Mr. Lenvin, advised that public registration would be injurious to the American Zionist Council. You might notice that the Honorable Donald Rumsfeld was involved. And as 1963 went on, it all heated up. And by October of 1963, they were saying things like forms are enclosed for the use of the American Zionist Council in registering under the Foreign Agents Registration Act. But then what happened in November of 1963?
There's a cover-up that's about to happen here.
The president who was spearheading the whole thing just suddenly wasn't there anymore. And to be clear, I would never infer that Israel had anything to do with that whole thing. I'm just saying it was really convenient timing that it happened to turn out that way. And then in December of 1963, we get this document. As you know, our client is not prepared to register as an agent of foreign principal or to concede that it is subject to the registration requirement. December 11th, 1963. And to this day, the single most influential big money group in Democratic electoral politics is not registered as a foreign actor. Although the U.S. Justice Department clearly states that FARA requires the registration of anyone that represents the interests of the foreign principal before any agency or official of the U.S. government. All the rest of that also applies. That's just the most obvious statement. Because if they were registered under FARA, they would have to disclose where all the money's coming from. And they don't want to. So they just don't. And that's how we wind up with screens like this. And with AIPAC openly bragging on the internet about how they pay to get candidates to win, despite their policies being clearly unpopular with regular people in America. And that's why it's so important that we stop China from subverting our democracy by controlling what we see on our social media apps. You feel me?
Okay, that's...
Yep.
All right, what other videos do you have on?
The next video is the one that you sent me. And let me see how many minutes that one is.
That one's 11.
Yeah, that was 11 minutes.
And I think it needs to be watched by everybody. I really do.
Oh, yes, of course. This is what we're here for.
Yeah.
So let's see.
Before we read that, before we watch that, I have two things I want to present here. Let me get my light. Oh, Jesus. Screw it. I'll use my flashlight. Okay, so I wanted to read these before we watch this video because this will make some sense. The CIA assassinated a U.S. president. Everyone who's done the research knows this. This information only proves the conspiracy theorists were right. Also, if the CIA assassinated JFK, they were also a part of trying to take down Trump. The CIA needs to be shut down once and for all. I can't stress this enough. By the way, I'm not suicidal. I love my life and everyone in it. Newly released JFK Files tells a story about how Gary Underhill, write that down, go look him up, who worked for the CIA, was found dead after he revealed to friends that the CIA was responsible for JFK's assassination. The day after the assassination, Gary Underhill left Washington in a hurry. Late in the evening, he showed up at the home of friends in New Jersey. He was very agitated. A small clique within the CIA was responsible for the assassination, he confided, and he was afraid for his life and probably would have to leave the country. Less than 6 months later, Underhill was found shot to death in his Washington apartment. The coroner ruled it a suicide. All right. Do we see a pattern here? People dying?
Yes.
All right. Another one. What can we say definitely from the JFK files? The CIA are engaged in disturbing criminality to include regime change, sabotaging food supply via biological agents, global control of the media, and more. Meaning there are no rules and elements within our government, there are no rules and elements within our government are evil. This means that the conspiracy theorists were correct about a lot, and those who blindly trust the U.S. government are ignorant to how the game is played. The JFK files don't just prove CIA criminality in the past, they add much needed context to understand the corruption of the present. They add validity to the belief that CIA U.S. aid created C-19. They add validity to the belief that the CIA/State Department conducted regime change in Ukraine in 2014. We've talked about that. They add validity to the belief that the CIA/Ukraine attempted to assassinate Trump. They add validity to the belief that the CIA/US aid control much of the media around the globe. The JFK files prove that the CIA are willing to use any means necessary to get what they want. The JFK files prove that a deep state is real, and there are zero indications that it ever went away. And before we watch this video, the CIA/Mossad are the same. They're basically brothers. So Mossad is the intelligence agency in Israel. You have the CIA of the United States. Now, I say all that because this video is really, really good.
Yeah, so I will read the caption of this video from X. It says, the JFK Files overview of how and why the CIA, Mossad, and the Mafia were responsible for the assassination of President John F. Kennedy. From the back channels into the U.S., from Mossad pulling the strings and policies in America, AIPAC and their nuclear program, the CIA running clandestine and highly illegal operations against President Kennedy's wishes and orders against Americans and foreign governments, to the interference of the Italian mafia's illegal operations throughout the U.S. JFK tried to make a difference and make things right. But the powerful agencies, mobsters, and foreign countries knew that JFK had to be eliminated. He was in the way and a problem that just wasn't simply gonna go away. JFK's life was shattered before he could shatter Israel, the mafia, and the CIA into 1,000 pieces themselves. History is repeating itself right now, and these same forces, this globalist deep state cabal, is being exposed and completely eradicated for the benefit of humanity's future and the world itself. Their reign of power and control, their reign of tyranny is over, and they know it.
Myron, who killed JFK?
It's a combination of three people: Italian mafia, the CIA, and the Zionists.
Why did they want to kill JFK? He was a good president, first Catholic. What do they have against him?
Well, that's a complex question, but a lot of people wanted JFK gone. We'll start with the CIA. He threatened to smash it into a million pieces because he didn't like all of the rogue operations they had going on. It was a clandestine operation, and they were doing a bunch of things that he disliked internationally. And he didn't like Alan Dulles, the founder of the CIA. For the Mossad, so the Italian mafia wanted him gone because they felt like they were betrayed. What ended up happening was JFK's father struck a deal with the Italian mafia to rig the election out of Illinois to help him win a close election against Nixon. What ended up happening was they rigged the election, ensured that he won, because Illinois is obviously a very important state to win. And once JFK came into power and the administration took over, he appointed his brother, RFK, as the Attorney General. As the Attorney General, you're the chief law enforcement officer of the United States. You oversee the FBI, you oversee the Department of Justice. You oversee all the main investigatory agencies. The FBI and the Department of Justice led a probe into the mafia, which they had been trying to avoid for a very long time. Why? Because Hoover was being blackmailed by Meyer Lansky, head of the Jewish mafia, which we're going to talk about them here in a second. And he had pictures of him in heels, and he was also homosexual, which back then was a big deal. You'd lose your clearance, lose your job, etc. So this is a big reason why the FBI was neutered when it came to investigating the mafia and how they were able to kind of run with impunity for so long. But RFK brought the mafia in, and not only did he bring them in to answer questions, he brought them in with television cameras all over the place. And this was obviously a big deal for them because they've been able to operate with impunity for so long.
So it was sexual blackmail, like Epstein?
Almost, yeah. Yeah. He had compromising photos of him hooking up with his deputy director. And it was widely known that Hoover was gay. It's just that the general public didn't know it.
How were they able to get away with it and call it a conspiracy for so many years?
Well, they've been able to hide behind classifying it and, releasing things here and there, changing the names of certain things, and they've been able to kind of avoid it. And the biggest reason why they're still classified, and this is what everyone doesn't want to talk about, is because our greatest ally was absolutely involved in the death of John F. Kennedy and his brother.
Why would our greatest ally kill one of the most beloved presidents of all time?
Because he threatened their nuclear program.
Why was Israel building a nuclear program?
Well, after the Suez Canal crisis in 56, if I'm not mistaken, Israel understood that they needed the nuclear bomb to be able to deter the Arab world from continuing to attack them. And they understood that if they didn't have nuclear superiority in the region, it would greatly affect their ability to exist into the continuing decades. So what ended up happening was they stole uranium from Pennsylvania, out of Apollo, Pennsylvania, from a factory, and they smuggled it to Israel, and they started running a nuclear program out of Dimona, and they did this secretly with the aid of the French.
Are American politicians aware of Israel's involvement in the murder of JFK?
I don't know if the contemporary politicians know, but the politicians back in the day absolutely knew, and they played a role because they wanted him gone. Kennedy had a lot of enemies, to include his vice president, Lyndon B. Johnson. Lyndon B. Johnson actually strong-armed Kennedy by becoming his vice president because he knew that he had a problem with women. He was a womanizer. And they basically told him, look, if you don't put me on the ticket as your vice president, we're going to come out and expose the fact that you've been committing adultery, which back then in the 60s and 50s, guys, was a big deal. Adultery as a Catholic president would be a death sentence for his political career.
Why would the Italian mob murder JFK if he was the first Catholic president? What did they have to gain from his murder?
The ability to continue to do their crimes in secret. The mafia, they call it the oath of silence, right? Omerta. And they thrive on people not knowing what they do. That's why it's literally called La Cosa Nostra, stands for our thing. And when they say our thing, they truly do mean that. Kennedy was, though he was Catholic, he was Irish. He wasn't Italian. So, when it comes to organized crime in the United States back then, and even to this day, you have to be of Italian descent to be a part of the mafia. Now, the Jewish mafia was able to work with the Italian mafia because they were able to lend in financial assistance, and Meyer Lansky was damn near the bankroll for it alongside Bugsy Siegel. And they worked intimately together because Meyer Lansky was crucial in getting Lucky Luciano out of prison in exchange for a deal with the Office of Naval Intelligence during World War II. But the long story short is Kennedy and his brother, most importantly, RFK, compromised the mafia by exposing their illegal activities to the American public, especially in television or on television.
So is this information enough to determine if Israel is our greatest ally or not?
Well, I think the reason why they've been hiding it for so long is because it would clearly prove that they're not our greatest ally. They've been involved in the assassination of a sitting president. I mean, I find it interesting how the only person that was able to capture the assassination on video was a Jewish Zionist named Abraham Zapruder. And then if you fast forward 40 or 50 years later, in September 11, 2001, who was there to document 9/11? More Jewish Zionists, and dancing at it as well. So I think if the American public understood that our greatest ally might not necessarily be our greatest ally, and that they're there at pivotal times in American history, documenting it for financial gain later on, because Abraham Zapruder sold that video for quite a bit of money in American dollars today, a couple of million. I think he sold it for about 100 to 150K. And if you do that in today's dollars, somewhere around a million or two. I don't think the American public would want to continue to support our greatest ally anymore if they knew this stuff.
How were they able to get away with it? It was televised. There was a big crowd in Dallas. How could they have, with a sniper and everything, what type of military, what did they use to get away with this?
Well, the most important thing is to understand, number one, that Oswald was not the actual shooter. Oswald was a patsy, just like he said. He wasn't even there when all this went down. There were multiple shooters, I think 5 or 6 to be exact. I broke this down on a podcast of mine. But what you need to know is there were people on a grassy knoll, there were people in a book depository, and the shooters were put in a position where they waited till he got to a certain point, and then they started shooting, and it was basically a bloodbath from there. The magic bullet theory is a lie, and now it's put there to kind of build on the lie that there was a single shooter. But Oswald was not the shooter. And as a matter of fact, they knew this. That's why they had to kill him. And the person that went ahead and killed him, Jacob Rubenstein, not Jack Ruby, Jack Rubenstein. And he confessed to his rabbi and to his doctor that he did it for Israel, for the Jewish people. Why would he need to kill a guy who killed a U.S. president for the Jewish people?
Okay, Myron, who killed JFK?
There were a bunch of different shooters on that day, but the shooters that I'll tell you guys that definitely you need to know about that they'll never tell you about are Jack Valenti and a guy named David Ferry.
Why do they never tell us about them?
Well, Jack Valenti is right there on Air Force One as Lyndon B. Johnson is being sworn in. He's right there on the corner. You see his eyes like this, and he's all sweaty and disheveled. It's because he had just assassinated a sitting U.S. president. He was the one that fired the kill shot.
So who were the others involved if he was the one who shot?
Well, David Ferry also shot at him as well, and the other guys shot from the book depository. They were CIA contractor guys.
How many shooters were there?
Roughly 6 to 8.
All CIA?
Pretty much. The weird thing with the CIA is they don't have actual employees. They have people that are contractors, people that are affiliated, people that are actual real employees. There's different types of employees within the CIA.
So they were contracted by who?
That's what's in the classified documents.
Who do you suspect?
I think it was a combination of multiple entities that wanting him gone, whether it was the Israeli intelligence component with the Mossad or the CIA themselves, because we know that they had an axe to grind with JFK, or the Italian mafia as well, working together. And there's been many documented instances where the mafia would work with intelligence agencies to do their dirty work for them.
What names do you remember that are involved?
Off the top of my head, the ones that they never talk about, Jack Valenti and David Ferry. They were the guys on the grassy knoll. And Jack Valenti was the one that fired the kill shot that blew his head open. Because when you look at the film, you can see the head go back like this. Clearly that shot came from the front, and then the head blew out the back. And I also find it interesting too, because the most famous movie that documents all of this was a movie called JFK, directed by Oliver Stone. But then you dig a little bit deeper and you find out Oliver Stone's real name is Silverstein. Then you find out that the person that funded the movie JFK was a guy named Arnon Milchan, billionaire Jewish Zionist. Another fun thing, he was a part of the intelligence program that worked on covering Israel's unacknowledged nuclear program. So let me get this straight. The most important movie and the most popular movie that documents Kennedy's assassination in American culture is a movie that was funded by a Jewish Zionist billionaire that conveniently leaves out the Zionist angle, and he's a part of the intelligence program that Kennedy tried to stop with the nuclear program.
So do you think Oliver Stone knew about this from the jump, or was he also a contracted?
I think he has good intentions, but at the end of the day, the people that foot the bill get to dictate the movie. And in this case, it was a billionaire guy that just so happened to be Israeli intelligence and worked on making sure Israel's nuclear program was never publicly acknowledged.
What was the grassy knoll?
The grassy knoll was an area where there was a fence where people and multiple witnesses said that they heard shots fired from. And it makes sense because when you look at the way JFK was hit and the way that his body and his head pulled back like this, it's very obvious that the shots came from the front. But everyone tries to sit there and say the single bullet theory from the Book of Depository because that is what makes Oswald the alleged shooter. And that's why they had to kill Oswald, because he wasn't there. And they knew when the evidence actually came out and Dallas Police Department had to go ahead and figure out who actually killed him, there would have been a problem with them being able to prove him guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. So they needed him dead because he would have blew a hole in the entire story. Another funny thing a lot of people don't know, when Oswald was perp walked in front of the Dallas Police Department, he was instructed to be perp walked like that by a guy named Sam Bloom. Who's Sam Bloom? One of the members of the Texas Citizens Council that funded that trip for JFK to come down to Dallas. And who ran the Texas Citizens Council? A bunch of Zionists from the B'nai B'rith, which Abraham Zapruder was also a member of.
Abraham who?
Zapruder, the guy that filmed the entire incident. The Zapruder film.
That's the only video.
It's the only video of the incident. The Zapruder film. So he was there at the perfect time to capture that historic moment. And then when Oswald is killed, he's walked in front of the Dallas Police Department against the instruction of the FBI, by the way, and he's shot by Jack Ruby. And the person that told the Dallas Police Department to move him was another Jewish Zionist.
And who was Jack Ruby?
Jack Ruby was also a Jewish Zionist, really named Jacob Rubenstein. He was the guy that killed Oswald, that couldn't let this secret get out as to who was really behind the assassination. And the other thing that's interesting that a lot of people need to know is that Jack Rubenstein admitted to his rabbi and to other confidentials or confidants that he did it for the Jewish people and for Israel.
What was Lee Harvey Oswald's involvement?
He was just a patsy. He was the fall guy. And this is going to sound crazy, but the Oswald that was at the movie theater when he was captured is not the same Oswald that they think worked at the book depository. Those multiple Oswalds.
Did they get the right one?
No.
What happened to the real Oswald?
The real Oswald wasn't even there. He wasn't at the book depository. And it kind of makes sense because why would they have the patsy who was supposed to take the blame for this that close to the actual event and compromise everything? He was told to go to the movie theater by someone else. And another reason why we know this is because when the police officer was shot, Tippett, if I'm not mistaken, one of the witnesses that saw him get shot said that she saw 2 assailants running after he was shot. One of those guys was a dude named Lawrence.
Who was Lawrence Howard?
Lawrence Howard was actually one of the shooters on the book depository, CIA contractor. He was there when the Oswald, the fake Oswald, one of his body doubles, shot and killed J.D. Tippett, the Dallas police officer. And one of the witnesses that was there was a black woman. She actually said she saw 2 individuals running from the scene after Tippett was killed. The rabbit hole goes very deep with JFK.
Do you think the JFK files will ever be released?
I don't think so, man. I think if the American public knew that a foreign government, Israel, an intelligence agency, the CIA, and organized crime, the mafia, colluded together to kill a sitting U.S. president, they would never trust the government again. And government trust at its all-time low. The files would only exacerbate the problem.
Wow. Now play the other 2 I sent you to follow up on that. I think they were in your DMs. They're only like a minute long. It's
And there's 2 of them, right?
Yeah, there's 2 of them.
Okay, so the first one says,
Because we got a lot to unpack.
yeah, we do. Okay, so this one says, this operation has been going on longer than most of us have been alive. Soon the information that will come out will leave many looking for answers. Stay ready, Annans, you will be needed. All right.
So many people don't know that the highest clearance for intelligence is Q clearance in the military. And going through all the JFK files, well, believe it or not, see that little red part there that says Q clearance. That's just ironic, right? The JFK files mention Q. The thing that, it's a hoax, doesn't exist. Oh, my friends, I encourage you to look into Q. And if you need some help with just basic information, go to my link in the bio, the beacons.ai/jclark. And there's a lot of info with the Q board, a whole starter guide for Q, actually documentaries that explain the military operation more in depth. But I'm going to tell you, everyone's going to have to here soon. Everyone's going to have to understand Q, because nothing will make sense without it. So
Okay. And then the next one.
Okay, well, that's interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah, Q clearance.
Okay.
I'll explain that here in a second.
All right. The second tweet says, are you seeing the bigger picture? It's all connected. The swamp is worldwide.
So I know a lot of people are still asking, where are the Epstein files? Well, again, this operation that we're in is all about timing. So now that the JFK files have come out and revealed how involved, obviously, Israel was and the CIA, Mossad, in taking out JFK, you're starting to see the connections, right? Well, how ironic is that thing that, whatever you want to call this temple on Epstein Island? It looks almost identical to the Israeli flag, right? See, it's all connected, and it has to come out at certain times, so the pill is easy to swallow for everyone. So now we get JFK coming soon. We're going to have the MLK files, 9/11 files, the truth about 9/11. Then we're going to have the truth about the 2020 election come out. And it's happening fast, man. Like drip, drip, flood. it's going to be so much that people are going to stop and be like, holy cow, we have been literally infiltrated for a very long time. But again, be patient. It's all coming together. The web, the swamp, it's big.
Yep.
But have faith. Remember, in the end, God wins. Military's in full control.
All right. I agree with that last part. So I'm going to let Jimmy have a few minutes to connect some dots. And then I've been starring all of your great comments, and we'll bring them up after Jimmy's time. Go ahead, Jimmy.
So my takeaway from this, to go back to what Gigi was saying about the Middle East and how everybody flocked to the Middle East for vacations and things like that. The reason why that all stopped is because of the fact that Israel was allowed by the deep state, per them, to be able to possess a nuclear weapon. And so with Israel, with JFK wanting Israel to register as a foreign agent, they didn't want that. They wanted their nuclear weapon, and that's why JFK got taken out. So after that happened, then you saw that they never had to worry about registering as a foreign agent again, and they were able to get their nuclear program off the ground. So I do believe that is what led to the destabilization of the Middle East. Now, as far as the people involved with taking out JFK, you got the CIA, you got Mossad, and then the mafias that were involved there. So I think there was I thought there was a historical video I sent you. I think it might have been further up, but there was a historical one I sent. I thought was pretty good. I don't know if you have it or not, but there's a lot of information out there that's blowing people's minds. And I know that there's a lot of people that say, oh, well, Israel's good. And folks, you have to make the distinction between the two Israels. One, you have the Israel the Bible talks about, which doesn't exist anymore. And two, you have the deep state Israel government.
Is this the video?
Yeah, it probably is, because it's a historical one. It's
Okay.
that's
I'll
really
play it.
good. Yeah, it's really good. I'll just finish my thought real quick. So, and what you have to look at too is look how these people operate. You know, when you had the Lincoln assassination, there was the whole conspiracy on that, and all these different people that were involved. McKinley, same thing. You look at the assassination. No one really talks about the assassination of McKinley, but you really need to look at that too. So, but going back to this, yeah, Israeli government was involved in the JFK assassination, something that a lot of people don't want to believe and they don't want to accept, but it's there.
Okay, so there are two clips that you did send me regarding the JFK. So I'm going to play the first one.
Can't talk about the Kennedy assassination without talking about Israel, without talking about the Mossad. They're the main people involved. That's the main group. And coming to Dallas, which was sponsored by the Dallas Citizens Council, which was directed by Julia Sheps, who was a member of the local Benign.
Now all of a sudden my internet's
organization, the ADL B'nai B'rith, once again, a confirmed member of the local B'nai B'rith as well, Abraham Zapruder, was also just so happened to be the guy that caught the assassination on film. Zapruder was also a manufacturer headquartered in the Dallas Textiles building. According to ballistic studies, it was from that building the first two shots were fired and missed. The building was owned by David Weisblatt, one of the biggest financiers of the Anti-Defamation League. According to Dallas police, it was Bloom who pushed the hardest for the police to transfer Lee Harvey Oswald from the Dallas police station to the Dallas County Jail. Now, it was during that transfer that...
Okay, so that tracks. it's like all of these things have been said before. Like Rosie's asking in the chat, has Israel been talked before, or is this all new information? It's not that it's new. It's just now people are swallowing the red pill that this is
Yeah.
actually true, because
Yeah.
people have been talking about this for the longest, but they get canceled, they end up dead, or they call you an anti-Semite and they ruin your career, and the message never gets out.
And you got to remember that the CIA, after this whole assassination thing, the CIA coined the term conspiracy theorist
Right after this.
because they didn't want people listening to the folks that were trying to tell you the truth about the
Right.
JFK assassination.
Since the 60s, which makes me sad because it's people like my grandma who were normies. They just watched TV and just believed whatever was on the TV.
Yeah.
They mourned him, they grieved him, but they never asked questions. And I
Exactly.
was like, damn, grandma, like like that didn't make you think, and it hurts to say that. And that's exactly the awakening.
Well, again, I think people back in then, they were programmed, they were brainwashed, and a lot of them have the feelings where, it's just the way the world is. What am I going to do
Right.
about it?
Right. Because
They
you
had
feel
that
small.
same mentality.
Exactly. And it even gets me more upset that JFK knew this about how they felt about him. He should have never went. Like, why would you go to a sponsored event when you
Well-
know these people?
Well, there is a theory that I'm just going to put it out there since we're on the subject that
I want to hear it.
it may not have been him actually that got shot.
Well, I wouldn't go there, but let's just assume.
Yeah,
Let's
I'm just
assume that it is. That's like to quote Jimmy. That's an whole another rabbit hole.
yeah, that's a whole nother rabbit hole.
Okay, but let's just say it was. I really don't think that JFK had anything to worry about. He's going to the heart of Texas. That in itself is pure Americana. That has nothing to do with Judaism.
Right.
No. But did you hear who owned the buildings that were involved in
Yes,
this?
I
Did you hear who invited him?
Exactly.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying. Like, why
And I
would you
read-
even go?
But did you also hear the mafia involvement? Did you also see this serial philanderer? This guy was the filthiest. And me and Gilbert have our own theory about on the sexual element. This
Oh,
guy
yeah.
was the greatest womanizer that ever inhabited the White House. He makes William Jefferson Clinton look like a saint.
I've heard that. I haven't gone down that one. But do you think that could have been a setup?
Exactly.
To-
But look
to
at
Totally.
Judaism.
Totally.
Look at Judaism in communism. You could say, well, the Jews are communist. Hold on a second. So 10% of the Bolsheviks, the strongest, were Jewish. It doesn't mean that we say that the entire communist movement is Jewish. We don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. Not all
Right.
Jews are communists. And the same thing, there was strong Jewish element, but I'm not going to condemn the entire state of Israel, the nation state. Maybe we're pointing out deep elements. And the interesting thing is that these were not all elements of the Jewish state. These were American Jews. They were not all Israeli Jewish. And there's a big difference in that because major factor of the American Jewish delegation are Democrats. So here you have blue on blue.
Right. And I don't really believe that the ethnicity matters or the religious matters. It's the Zionism, it's the government, it's the agency. The same thing with the CIA.
Yes.
Those things have to be abolished. The infiltration of their deep state within our deep state.
Yeah, that's a whole different ball of wax. We're not going to condemn the Jewish people. Look, let's take another example. Look at Anwar Sadat in the 1980s in the assassination of the president of Egypt. Because he made friends with Menachem Begin. That's why they killed him, because he made peace with Israel and he was assassinated. So there's this long hate. You got to admit, in the society that we lived in, there was this visceral hate for Israel. You know what? One time I was in Home Depot around COVID, and I swear to God, I'm not lying to you. There was this. We have a Marine base here and we have fighter pilots. And I think there was this fighter pilot, and he was dressed like a Jewish fighter pilot. And I felt a strong energy. A strong energy. He was a Jewish guy, but you could feel it. And I was just shopping for some lumber at that time. And everybody around him, I could feel the energy. He stood out like a sore thumb. Because in the Southwest, you don't see a lot of Jewish people. You know, you see Mexicans, whites, and blacks, but you don't see any other race, you know.
Right.
You don't even see no Irish or nothing like that. Just
You know, I think the biggest disconnect people have is when we speak about this stuff, we're not condemning the Jewish people. We are not saying bad things about real Israeli people. What we're talking about is the agencies that have been running the government in Israel and the government allowing that to happen. That's what we're talking about. That's what we're, focusing on here to show people that this government is not our greatest ally.
Correct. But what I'm saying is
like that video said, people don't realize how often it always appears that every time there's a historical moment in American history,
right,
there is an Israeli connection going back to 9/11, and Ruby talked about this before, the dancing Israelis.
Oh, yep. I have a video. I have a clip to show about that. And I don't think it's a coincidence anymore. It's a set up.
The video strongly enumerated 4 or 5 other strong line of potential assassins.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
For example, it named the Italian mafia. It didn't even enumerate the bankers when John F. Kennedy was trying to bring silver and gold back into the currency. It didn't talk about his sexual liaisons. It brought up his sexual liaisons. Marilyn Monroe herself died under dubious, and I think one of his other mistresses in the White House died dubiously. So there was a lot of people dying around Kennedy. A lot of people. It wasn't just the Jewish nation state or the Jewish intelligence apparatus. This guy made a lot of enemies everywhere. The only people that love Kennedy are the Republicans. Yeah, we're the only ones that love Kennedy.
Yeah, and so the whole thing here is you have criminals protecting criminals.
Right. So
that's what was going on.
You notice what Nixon said? You notice what Nixon said when they asked him this? He says there was only 2 people that wanted to be president in 1963. Him and Lyndon Johnson. And Nixon said, I wasn't willing to kill for it.
Yeah. That you see comments like that is what makes me a believer into things like this.
Yeah.
That's what it is. So the clip that I wanted to, like Jimmy said, make reference to the 9/11 moment. It's all of these moments that have this coincidence where I don't believe that it is. But this is what's troubling.
September 11, 2001, the towers go down, and there's all kinds of questions. Ariel Sharon becomes prime minister in March 2001. At the same time, Israeli art students are being caught all over the United States. You can look this up. 200 of them were rounded up by the CIA. They were found roaming the halls of federal government buildings, taking pictures. They were Mossad agents. And then, as if they knew in advance precisely what would take place, a number of Israelis were arrested just across the river in New Jersey, photographing it. They had set up a camera on a tripod to record the event and were caught dancing and celebrating. Other Israelis were caught in a van in the tunnel with explosives, and they were later identified as Mossad agents. They were returned to Israel. And then, after 9/11, the United States went to war against every Arab Muslim country. One day, suddenly, for no reason at all, 9/11 occurs after hundreds of Mossad agents have been rounded up all year, as Ariel Sharon, the author of the plan in the 80s, becomes the prime minister, and the authors of the Clean Break Report take control of the Pentagon under the presidency of George W. Bush. Perfectly situated, they both in tandem, the United States and Israel, wage a global war on every Muslim country that hasn't submitted to Israel, which is going on to this day.
Boom, mic drop.
That's what's troubling to me. It makes me feel as if
and
we need to avenge something. Because how many times can this happen? JFK, 9/11, all of these other elements that we find out, the Zionist element, the Jewish element, whatever you want to call it, Mossad element, CIA element. Until we start saying abolish these agencies, do not call these foreign governments our allies when they literally killed us as Americans and even our own president.
Yeah, and this is why I had you play the clip where the guy was talking about Q clearance, because Q clearance is the highest level of security clearance in the United States government. The highest clearance.
And I didn't even know that. So that's...
And yeah, and then it goes back to the 1960s. So now let's think about all the attacks by the media against Q. Okay. Okay. So there's that. There's that. And so in the Q post, you know, they like to just say, oh, Trump is talking about this and this, and it's all bullcrap. But they don't go and look and see how many posts talk about the CIA, talk about Mossad, talk about the different levels of foreign agents. And in it, it says, we are saving Israel for last.
I'm starting to believe it.
So
I believe that.
I mean, you think about what these JFK files, it literally proves that the Israeli government, Mossad agencies were involved in the JFK assassination. There's no question about it. None.
So I am going to go to our comments now because everybody has been making great comments. I have about 5 of them that I would like to bring up. JG says, how could a tiny country like Israel control the greatest world power in the US? Now, I think it goes both ways. I think we are using them and they are using us. And that's their definition of an allyship. But I do not think that they are 100% controlling American politics. Even though they are infiltrated, it's kind of like a spy. So this is just my opinion. This is how I look at it. It's like they're spying on us, buying us out. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
To it? I don't know how old JG is, but if you're older like me, you were eyewitness to the fact that when in the 1980s, for example, under Reagan, and maybe under a little bit under some of the Secretary of State before that, during Ford and Nixon, when the United States was in the war, in the Cold War, when we were at war in the United Nations, for example, in the Cold War, many times in the Security Council and in the General Assembly, we were voted against 248 versus 2. And I remember the United States and Israel walking out when we were kids. It was all over the news. And you had to have lived there to seen it with your own eyes. The entire planet was against Israel and the United States. So there's a long history. So the older generations got to see it, something that the younger generations didn't get to see. We didn't have Google back then. All we had was the nightly news and the New York Times and our local newspaper. And Israel always voted with the United States, lock, stock, and barrel. Never did they vote separately. When Reagan shot down the 2 F-14s over Tripoli, they condemned the United States, every nation on the planet except Israel. And they both walked out of the United Nations General Assembly. I remember it like it was yesterday, because these were life-defining moments, because we were at the brink of World War III. We were at the brink of nuclear annihilation. Even the Watchtower and Awake magazine had a missile with it at 12 o'clock. And remember 99 Love Balloons? We really thought the world was going to end.
But they could be in bed together. We're not denying that they, like I said, they are using each other. What we're saying is how long are we going to allow that to happen?
Yeah.
Well, people are waking up to it now. So it's just...
Because I understand what you're saying, Jesse. I understand that. It could be a good thing, the allyship.
No,
but
I'm not
what
saying
we're
it's
saying
good.
is...
I'm not saying it's good. What I'm saying is that there's a long history. But let me tell you something different. With Saudi Arabia, for example, with the accords with Ukraine and Russia, what I'm saying is during the Nixon and Reagan years, you would not have seen this.
Right.
So under Trump, we go to a neutral party, Saudi Arabia. You wouldn't have seen this during the Clinton, Bush, Reagan era. You would not have seen this.
No.
Where we're using Saudi Arabia as a neutral common ground. So things are changing.
Oh yeah, things are definitely changing.
Yeah, that's my position as the new gen, because I know that Jesse is bringing up a lot of that old stuff, which I appreciate. But that's the problem. It's like, for how long are we going to allow these things to happen and overlook it? Which is something that happened in the 60s. So he's talking about the 80s, but you're forgetting what happened in the 60s. It's like, we cannot just move past it like if nothing happened. You know what I'm saying? Like, somebody needs to take account for that. Like people were saying before.
And this is why there have been people throughout the years that have been trying to sound this alarm about the connection between the United States government and the Israeli government. However, they get lambasted. They get called anti-Semitic. You know, that's the biggest thing. If you talk about Israel, you criticize Israel, the government of Israel in any way, you're going to get labeled.
Which is why in the other stream, I talked about that anti-Semitic bill that Trump passed. It was such a no-no. And I don't know why Trump did that, but that's what gives me the red flag, that when he did sign that, it is putting protections on a group of people that otherwise should not have that, which is exactly what the DEI stuff is doing. You're giving a protected class to a certain group of people just because of their ethnicity or their religious beliefs. No, we have freedom of speech. Okay, so moving on. Julian says, I've heard a large percentage of our House representatives in DC hold dual citizenship with Israel.
That
and
is
that's
true.
Exactly another problem.
That is true.
And they wave the Israeli flag in American government buildings. I would like to know if Israeli government buildings are flying American flags. Are they?
That I don't know, but I do know about the dual agent thing. And this is going, oh God, what amendment does this go to? I think it's the 14th amendment that talks about there should not be dual citizenship, something like that. I'd have to
we're gonna have to look that up.
Yeah, I have to double check that.
Yeah, we're gonna, because this should be common sense. It should not be legal for somebody to hold an office with a dual citizenship to any country. I don't care what country it is.
Yeah, absolutely.
Welcome to the stage, Wild. If you want to unmute yourself and make a comment before we move on to another comment, go ahead, Wild.
Hey, can you hear me all right?
Yes, go ahead.
All right. Yeah, you was talking about how that all happened in the past, some of the stuff that Jesse was bringing up and stuff, and it's true, but, you know, we have to learn from the past to build for the future. But I want to bring up something, and I definitely want to get Jimmy's viewpoint on this, and Jesse. Do y'all guys know who Neil deGrasse Tyson is? Science guy, black guy. Everybody know him?
Yeah.
You know who trained him, right?
No.
Carl Sagan. They both were on that show Cosmos. The original was Carl Sagan. Okay, Ruby, if you don't mind, would you look something up real quick? It's a 2-minute video, but type in under your YouTube. Type in Neil deGrasse Tyson. He's got a weird name to spell if you need it. It's Neil, then space DeGrasse, and then Tyson. And then after that, put Jewish Nobel Prize. I want you, and then there's going to be a bunch of them pop up, but look down there for one that's put out by Reason of Faith Clips. And I want you to listen at this. And I really would like to hear Jesse and Jimmy and Ruby's viewpoint on this one.
Okay, I got it.
Okay.
Go to Wix.com and say
understanding of that universe. And that absence of Muslim presence in the frontier of science persists to this day. Take a look at the Nobel Prize from 1900 to 2010. I can do this for the Jews, for example. How many Jews in the world? There's like 15 million tops, 15 million out of 7 billion people. These are the numbers of Jews who have won the Nobel Prize in the sciences. 25% of the Nobel Prizes. We have a Jewish person in the audience. Congratulations. Okay, fine. Okay. This is rightly something to be extraordinarily proud of. The traditions of Jews in the 20th century is one of education and scholarship. In earlier centuries, it was one of very strict sort of study of the Torah, did not involve the natural world. This was a later emergence of the Jewish culture to exhibit this. Let's look at the numbers for Islam. So these are Jews. There are 15 million Jews, 25% of the Nobel Prizes. There's 1.3 billion Muslims in the world. These are the numbers.
Wow.
2.5. Okay, I'll give you 3 if you really want to include economics as a full number there. Okay. If you got to give it a full number, okay, okay. Now, for me, by the way, you can analyze this in any number of ways. There are 50 times the number of Nobel Prizes, 1/80th the population. There's 4,000 times the impact. I lose sleep at night with the question, how many secrets of the universe lay undiscovered? Because 1.3 billion people who in an ancestral time would have participated in this enterprise and are now not. That's what I think of as a scientist. Whole populations. By the way, there are other populations that never contributed. I'm not going to them and blaming them. I'm talking about a population that already did contribute. It's in the cultural heritage already. All we're asking is to resurrect it. It has not happened.
The rest.
Interesting.
I'd like to crack at that.
Okay, go ahead.
There was a Muslim who got the Nobel Peace Prize on the come. What was his name? He had never been in office for more than maybe 1 or 2 days, becomes president of the United States, and they give him the Nobel Peace Prize. You don't see that to a Jew, a Catholic, a Protestant, no other religion, no other race. But a black Jew, a black Muslim guy wins the Nobel Peace Prize on the come. How do you explain that?
Right. You can't.
So that's what I'm saying about Neil deGrasse. He's talking about this Nobel Peace Prize. Come on, it's tainted. You want to know science? Just ask who's the one paying the check. Who's the one paying for the electricity bill or the rent for the building or for the microscopes? Everything is about money. And so so what if 25% of the Jews, maybe the Jews were paying the rent on those times. But now the world has shifted. And you're going to see more Muslims winning the Nobel Peace Prize.
Well, that's the point I was trying to make is you hit the nail on the head. Where's the money coming from? Always follow the money. I don't care what it is. And this particular scientist was also one of the biggest promoters of, y'all know what, I'm not going to say it, but you know where I'm going at with this. I don't want no strikes or nothing like that. But this is why I researched this guy so much. And his predecessor was the most, in my opinion, he's the one that got me interested in science. Carl Sagan, there was no better scientist in my book. I go back and watch a lot of his Cosmos shows, and I mean, he just makes the universe so real to everybody. And but anyhow, I just had to show you this because Neil deGrasse Tyson shows you that why is it that the Jewish people have contributed so much to science and these others. But I would counter that. He's trying to put them in a positive light, but I would counter it with like, well, look how many people's been held back and not had the ability to go to college or be in a position. And like we were talking about, who is using the United States more than any other nation than Israel? There is none. So I would have to counter him. You're trying to make them look good on that, but I'm like, in a sense, you're actually countering your own argument because other people have not had the luxuries or the ability to get into science as was back in the past. And that's where we go back to what you was mentioning earlier, Jesse, about the past history, also catching up to the present. And that's the only reason I brought him up is this is all going on right now. And he's trying to get other people interested. But in a weird sort of way, he's trying to show you from a Jewish standpoint. And that's why I looked up Carl Sagan immediately. Look at his parentage. Look at his heritage, his history. Look, and just about any time you see a famous person and it says Brooklyn, New York, I can tell you somewhere in that Brooklyn, New York, there's a Jewish ancestry. Maybe not both parents, but some were. If they're famous or they're a politician. And once again, I'll tell people, look up any show. Look up Friends. A lot of people like that show, Friends. Check each one of them stars. Why is so many of them Jewish? Go to Big Bang Theory. Go to Big Bang Theory. Look up each one of them actors and actresses in Big Bang Theory. Why do they always get the most prominent positions in movies and TVs? It's because the Muslims are held back, and so are other people. And I always tell people, double check me. Don't take anything I say for granted. Google it or do your favorite search engine. But I have noticed one thing. There was one in particular. I'm not going to name them right now, but even though I know their ethnicity, I know their history, they got rid of the word Jewish out of their Wikipedia. And I know because people starting to catch on. And that's why I said, even Stan Lee, we all like kind of, I guess, Marvel Comics, Spider-Man, X-Men, Fantastic Four, Avengers. One of the guys I looked up to all my life from a little boy, Stan Lee. That's not his real name. Guess where he came from? His family up there in Brooklyn, New York and stuff. And Stan Lee's not his name, but you can easily find it. Type in Stan Lee Marvel Comics and you'll see what his name was. And I'll leave it at that. I just wanted to tie in a lot of modern stuff. And as I say, my dad fought in World War II, and I was 13 when he died, but that was the one thing that stood out in my mind. He never said nothing bad about nobody, and it wasn't even a bad tone. But when he helped free them, he fought on the beaches of Normandy in France, but he said, just be careful as you go through life, son. He's like, everything ain't always as it looks. He's like, those people over there were fighting for what they believe in. We were fighting for what we believe in. But he said, for some odd reason, all the banks are run and owned by certain people. He told, I don't even say it. Y'all guys probably can follow this. And this is in World War II. And I don't know how my dad was that smart where he got his information. He came from a small town way back in the hillbilly country. But evidently some of them guys he talked to in World War II, the fellow Army guys, and they fought beside a lot of Canadians and Britons and everything. There was some talk going on among them boys about everything ain't exactly as it's been portrayed to us. And I wish I was old enough and could talk to my dad right now. He had so many insights. But I'll leave it at that. I just wanted to tie in that with y'all's present discussion.
Yes, thank you, Wild.
Wow. Before you go, you said something, and it was a throwaway line about the Muslims that we don't give the Muslims their take. But you know what? Don't think that the Americans are not a loving race. When I was a kid, some of the greatest people in our pop culture were Islamic, and we loved them. I remember my childhood. I really did believe that Muhammad Ali was the greatest. I really did believe it. And when I saw him get beat up by Leon Spinks or George Foreman and in the wide world of sports, and I would ask my dad, how come he's getting beat up, Dad? And he goes, because they have to knock out the champ. And we did believe that Muhammad Ali was the greatest. And we understand he didn't go to Vietnam. He was a pacifist. He was Islamist. He didn't want to participate. And we didn't hold it against him. And Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. And it goes on and on and on. So something happened where they turned us against Islam and Islam against us. But it wasn't always like that. We've always had a close connection. Here in Arizona, one of the great discoverers is a guy by the name of Hajj Ali. And he used to travel the desert in camels. And everybody calls him by the name Hajj Ali because they can't say Hajj Ali. So Americans have always had an affection for Islamic. It's just not so recently where we have this endless war going on where we hate each other.
And again, you have to go back. You have to go back to who is controlling and keeping these endless wars going on. And it goes right back to the deep state system. I'm going to comment on that video real quick. First off, when it comes to Neil deGrasse Tyson, it's my opinion and the way I feel about the dude. He's an actor. He's playing a scientist. I don't really care for the guy. But anyway, this point that he brought out, I gave him a fair shake on that because it's really interesting that a population of 1.5 billion people have no representation hardly at all in the Nobel Prize winning. Now, I will say that I think it was Gigi, maybe it was Wawa that said that the Nobel Prize anyway, that's tainted in itself.
Right.
That whole thing is tainted. So, and right now we can see a sway towards the Israeli people in that regard. If you look back in history for the Muslim world, they were all into scientific stuff. He was right about that. He did. He was correct on that, because if you go back and look at some of their teachings and their scientific works they did, brilliant people. But again, we go back to who really wants to control everything. And that's where we go back to deep state,
Right.
creating Israel, and then destabilizing the Middle East.
It always goes back to that. And I do like Wild's comment about the name changes. And that's exactly what all Hollywood is about. They change their name so that you don't realize things. And what's there to hide? You know what I'm saying? Like it's unnecessary, but they make it a problem. But then they call us anti-Semitic when we say something, when we question it.
Right.
So that's really what it comes down to. But thank you, Wild, for joining the stage and making that comment, showing us that video. I'm going to move on to the other starred comments because I do have another clip that I wanted to share with everybody. John Marciano said earlier, to think if that country did it to JFK, is Trump safe? And that's another one of my fears, is that Trump is doing things, saying things, even RFK Jr. When I played that clip, or when I mentioned that he made this pro-Israeli comment, and people are rightfully questioning, why would RFK be side by side the very people who killed his family? It doesn't make any sense to me.
Right.
Nobody's safe.
Exactly. Nobody is safe. So it's like, I would rather, like Jimmy said, educate myself, learn these things. I'd rather do that than be too afraid to do anything and be in ignorance still, because that's how they want us. And I refuse to do that. And then Justin in the chat says, where does Hollywood actress Marilyn Monroe fit into all of this? And I know that Gigi in the chat, not Gigi, Jesse's brother, but the other Gigi, she made a comment about Marilyn Monroe, that it was a get back at JFK because JFK slept with somebody's girlfriend. It's like a whole novela going on. But I do think that Marilyn was a plant by Hollywood, whoever was her handler or whatever the case may be. I think she was planted there to ruin JFK, like how Clinton was ruined with his thing, a scandal, basically.
But she did fall in love with him. She did fall in love with him. You could tell when she sings happy birthday to him and she's crying and she's hysterical. She was in love with him.
I feel bad for her because I think she committed suicide because of that. And Gail, Gigi's on the stage. Go ahead, Gail.
Well, I just read a book about Marilyn Monroe that came from England, and actually Marilyn Monroe supposedly was killed by Robert Kennedy Jr. He was over there with Peter Lawford, and the night that she supposedly passed away. And I just want to make a comment, and it's an accurate comment. You can look it up yourself. Marilyn Monroe, we all obviously know she had a fling with John F. Kennedy. Robert Kennedy went to her and told her to back off. So John Kennedy, we know, was a womanizer. He slept with a lot of women around the world, prostitutes, ballerinas. Well, he slept with one of the big mob boss's girlfriend. And to get back at him, Frank Sinatra owned a chalet up in the mountains, and they took Marilyn, Frank Sinatra, and I don't know how many mafia guys. They drugged her and raped the crap out of her just to get back at Kennedy. And Frank Sinatra was mad at Kennedy because his brothers told him to stop hanging around with Frank because he was getting a bad reputation by hanging around with Frank Sinatra. So he started going over to Bing Crosby's house instead. But you can look all that up yourself because, and I just want to talk about Trump for 1 second. Don't forget, Trump's son-in-law is Jewish, Jared. And he, I think, made a big deal a couple of years ago of making Israel. I forgot what it was, what he did with Israel. I forgot what it's, and the embassy there he brought in, and also he just appointed Huckabee to go over to Israel. And I don't know if he's an ambassador or what his title is. But as far as anti-Semitism, I don't like any kind of hatred. I don't care who you are or what population or what ethnic group you are. Hate is hate, and it shouldn't be tolerated. And as far as the Jewish people go, this past year we saw they were brutalized, they were persecuted around the world. There's such a hatred for them. I don't get it. I don't understand why people hate them so much, but I'm glad, and I'm going against what you say, Ruby. I'm glad Trump signed that bill, because I'm against any kind of hate, whether you're Jew, Protestant, Catholic, Italian, and that's how I feel about the subject, because I don't think there should be any hate, but that's what they want. They want us to hate each other. And that's what's going. And I'll tell you something about the Epstein that you're not going to like. The Epstein is huge, and you're probably not going to see it anytime soon, because what's involved with Epstein is pedophiles. And look up Kathy O'Brien. She was used and trafficked by some of the presidents. Bush was one of them. Cheney was one of them.
Yep.
And Ford was one of them. And Bush Sr. They are all into pedophilia. There's a place called it's in California that there's a song in Queen, and I forgot what it's called, but
Bohemian Grove.
Huh?
Bohemian Grove.
Yes, thank you. Mitt Romney's father was involved with all this pedophilia, and Bush Sr. was going to Belgium. There's a castle in Belgium. It's the most evil castle in the world, and Bush Sr. would go there, and that's where they sacrificed children, and they had orgies, and it's all about pedophilia. Now, we all know Epstein liked young children, and the list with Epstein, it goes way up to the top.
Yes, it does.
They've already killed 4 of Epstein's associates, as people don't know about. They threw one guy off a roof. They killed the other guy in Denmark in prison, and I forgot what they did to the third one. And they all knew what was going on with Epstein, but they all got supposedly murdered. I'd say they got murdered, obviously.
Right.
So there's also a royal, and they won't tell you who it is that's involved with Epstein. It's not Prince Andrew. It's somebody else bigger than Prince Andrew.
Yeah,
So,
you forgot Epstein himself.
well, what killing himself?
Yeah. They got him. They whacked him in the prison.
Of course they did.
Allegedly.
And I don't know what's going on with Giselle. What's happening
Right.
with Giselle? His girl, she's a handler. And also his driver is disappeared, Epstein's driver. He saw a lot of stuff. As a matter of fact, he mentioned Hillary Clinton, because at the Epstein Island, they have an underground room where they did all kinds of disgusting stuff. And the chauffeur said they wrapped up this young kid who was dead in a blanket. He was told to drive a certain amount away from Epstein's place. And he said, Hillary Clinton, this is what this driver said, come out. They took the person, and she told him to get out of here, and you didn't see anything. But the whole car was all blackened, and I couldn't find him anywhere. I tried finding the limo driver, but I'm sure they took care of him because he knew too much.
Right.
And he mentioned a lot of movie stars that were involved with Epstein.
Oh yeah, that's
Rihanna was one of them. Puff Diddy's involved with them.
There's a lot. There's a lot.
Yes.
Yeah. Wow.
And the pedophilia stuff is bigger than anything else in the world.
And I don't. And speaking of that, and the connection to Israel, go look up and find out which country is the #1 child trafficking country.
Besides the Ukraine.
It's Israel.
Yeah, I heard that the Ukraine's supposed to be #1.
Ukraine, they're close up there too. So
well, don't forget, Mitt Romney has Mitt Romney, Hillary, and Hunter all have stock in some company there.
oh yeah, Burisma. Yeah, that's all going to come out.
Oh yeah, it's all going to come out in the end.
It's all going to come out. But first, but what people are seeing right now is a story being told, and you have to go back to the beginning. And going along with what I can't remember what it was Gilbert or Jesse said, they thought America died after Kennedy was assassinated. So we got to go back there, learn the story, and apply it to what we're seeing today. Because when it comes to the deep state and the way they operate, they don't change their playbook.
No.
Right.
It's the
Right.
same playbook.
Right.
And so
So I
you-
think Gail. Oh, sorry, Jimmy. I just wanted
Oh,
to
go
say
ahead.
that I think Gail came out really strong with her points, and I respect the minor disagreement. But what she's saying is valid. But we also want to reiterate that it's not hatred to notice these things with a certain demographic, because even
Oh,
if they
no, I'm not
weren't
saying
Jewish,
we're hateful. I'm talking about the
Right, right, right.
college students and people in the world that hate.
no,
that
no,
are-
yeah, I totally get that.
I'm
But
not
what I'm
talking
saying
about
is
us.
right.
I
But
mean,
what
we're
I'm saying
critical.
is it doesn't.
We're
It
critical thinkers, so we don't
Right.
think like that.
And
We're
we
all
and we
critical
should be
thinkers that
questioning.
join this group.
Critical thinker.
Right.
I've been called
Yes.
worse.
Aren't you a critical thinker, Jesse?
I've never thought about it.
Yeah.
We're not fearmongering. We don't get fearmongered.
That's a
Yeah,
play on
because
words.
I don't really care what ethnicity they're from. As
I
long
don't
as I
either.
see a connection and I start connecting dots, I would be saying the same thing about any
Gail,
ethnicity.
Gail, I just want you to know I'm not a critical thinker. I'm a researcher.
Well, it's the same thing.
No, watch, ask Ruby. I'm a researcher.
No, you're
Right. I
not.
thought you didn't do research.
Yeah, you
Right.
don't do research.
I'm
Oh,
a research. We're all researchers. Ruby's the bigger researcher. Jimmy's a even bigger researcher.
Never
We're all
mind.
researchers.
I don't research nothing.
Yes,
Oh,
you
I
do.
only go on X, I play videos, and then I talk to Jimmy. That's about it.
See? Bad associations spoil useful habits.
Yeah.
Well, I enjoyed your show. It was a good. And you know what? Watch Michael Francisi. He's an ex-mob boss for the Colombo
yeah.
family.
I like
He
him.
interviewed a couple of mob. He thinks this is this is the mob thinking. He thinks that they wanted to kill Robert Kennedy and not JFK. So he thinks they killed the wrong guy. You got to listen to his
Yeah,
podcast.
because Robert Kennedy was in the Senate holding the mob trials way back in the 50s, way before Kennedy was president.
Oh, he was?
Yes, the black.
Yeah.
and white. What do you think? The
Yeah.
Godfather. Remember the Godfather? The scene where the Senate is questioning the Godfather. That's who
Yeah.
they're trying to copy. That was Robert Kennedy. Yeah, very
That's
powerful.
interesting.
Hey, I better
Wow.
go to sleep because I'm getting close to California time, and we're special out here.
Oh, what time is it there?
10:15.
And it's 1 a.m. over here.
It's 1:14 in the morning here.
It's
Come on.
1:14 for me.
Yeah, but I do.
Yeah.
I have a question for all of you. What bothers me about the whole JFK? The cop that they killed that supposedly looked like JFK. What happened to him? Where did he go? Where did his body go? Did anybody know whatever happened to him?
Okay, so this was the cop that looked like JFK, right?
Yeah, that got killed. Yes, he was shot before
Okay.
JFK was.
So this hey, it's 1:14 in the morning, so we're
All
ready to
right.
go.
We'll be
We're getting
quick.
ready to-
Be quick.
We're getting ready to go down conspiracy road here. So
Late
there is,
night.
yeah, it gets late and we get crazy.
Well, you had to have a good show on. That's why.
So there is folks out there. I have a hard time ascribing to this, but there are folks out there that believe that JFK actually survived the incident,
That's what I heard.
and him and Marilyn Monroe got swept off to witness protection.
Stop playing with me.
Hold on, I'm just saying.
No, she was dead before.
I'm
no.
just telling you what's
Yeah.
out there. I'm just telling you what's out there. Y'all can debunk it, whatever. And like I said, I don't ascribe to this. I'm just telling you
Okay.
what's out there.
Well, watch
So-
JFK-X because
And-
he has it that he planned his own killing. He knew he was going to get assassinated. He was very ill. He didn't want to be president anymore, so he staged his death. He was in love with the head of the CIA's wife. She supposedly gets killed, but it was a fake killing. So her and JFK went to Onassis Island with
Whoa,
Jackie.
new theory
Yeah,
alert.
that's-
I haven't
that-
heard this one.
Oh, yeah,
I
you gotta
heard that
watch
one.
that, and you'll see her get shot. But she comes up. She gets up after the cops leave, and there's no blood on her or anything. So they show that, and
What-
then her husband was the head of the CIA during his supposed assassination, and they show a clip of digging up JFK's grave.
Mm-hmm.
And then they put another body in there. I don't know whose body they put in there. Maybe it was the cop they shot.
That's what I was going to say. That cop played a part in this whole thing.
Yes, he did. And JFK's brain is missing too.
What I just want to throw in about this is that, and I've always said this.
No, this was the other day. They said his brain was missing on Newsmax.
Yeah. Well, because of the
what
shot
you
to
mean
the
his brain
front.
was missing? What
Yeah,
are you
They
talking about?
can't. They don't know what happened to his brain.
Yeah, I've heard that too.
I've heard that too. But this is what I'm thinking about: the open society, the secret societies,
Yeah.
and his speech. I really believe he was a believer in that. I really believe. You know what? I believe that there was no greater womanizer since Solomon than John F. Kennedy. He was the he was the biggest.
She put up with it. I don't know how.
But that's why I think I love him so much. I mean, because this guy can bang everybody's wife and get away with it. But I mean, this was a cool dude. This was the king of cool. But anyways, that said, he talked about. I really believe he was an American lover. I really believe he was an America lover. I really think he was a we the people lover. I really believe he loved the Catholic Church. I believe he loved the citizenry and everybody. But here's the thing: he was against closed societies. He was staunchly anti-communist, and so, but he was willing to have an open dialogue with communists, Nikita Khrushchev or any communist, Fidel Castro. But I think the secret society people killed him, and that's where the conspiracy comes in.
Yeah.
If we shot him in public, why didn't we have the investigation in public? That's what gives birth to all the conspiracies.
Right.
Exactly.
If the cops would put everything on the table, we wouldn't have to have conspiracies.
Exactly.
Yep.
Just tell us the freaking truth.
Oh,
You know who was there and saw him get assassinated? Was Meatloaf, but he's dead. He can't tell you what he saw. The singer Meatloaf.
Yeah. What about it? He
was there when he was assassinated.
But he was probably
He
a
was on
baby.
Huckabee's show talking, but
She said
now
Saddam.
dead.
Who said Saddam?
He was a baby.
She says, didn't you say Saddam?
No,
No, she
Meatloaf,
said
the
Meatloaf.
singer.
He was attending who? He was where?
He was there when Kennedy got assassinated, supposedly. He saw it, and he was on Huckabee's show.
He was
All right,
probably
so-
a baby.
So
He's not
somebody go and look up when was Meatloaf born.
Yeah, because
Okay,
he said he
hold
was
on.
there.
Let me sleep on it.
Go ahead.
I'll give you
I
an
gotta go to
answer
bed.
in the
I know. I
morning.
gotta get up too. I gotta go.
No,
I gotta
that's
go
his
to work
song. That's his
tomorrow.
song.
I'm just good.
Remember, that's his song. Let me sleep on it, baby.
1947.
So he
he
was
was
1947? Oh, okay.
13
about
years old.
16.
16
He's
years
about
old.
16.
15,
I was
16. Wow.
13 when JFK got shot.
All right, so Meatloaf was 16.
Wow.
Okay.
Yeah, I was born in
Yeah.
1950. So
I was 12 when they shot Reagan, and I remember it like yesterday. I remember
Really?
everything.
Wow, that's traumatizing as a kid, though.
Hey, thank you for a great show.
Wow.
Did you like the new name switch and how do you
Yeah,
feel
I
about
do. I had a hard time finding you. It took me like 10 minutes.
You got to put notifications on so that it'll pop up on your
You like
How
my
do I
name?
do that?
You like my name?
yes, or like your name.
Jesse Smollett.
Yes.
Yeah, I like your name. Yeah.
So Gail,
You're
when
cute,
you
too.
when
You're
you
cute too, Jesse.
when you subscribe, you gotta click the bell
I'm blushing.
so that you get notified. But I wanted to show this clip because Gail mentioned Hillary Clinton,
Oh,
and I got this
uh-oh.
other clip about RFK and Hillary.
Hillary and RFK. Holy
Yeah,
mackerel.
yeah.
Remember John F. Kennedy Jr.? He was declared.
Is that
Yeah,
John?
I think he was
Jr.?
murdered.
The front runner for the New York Senate seat back in 1999. Days later, his plane crashed into the Atlantic Ocean, and his rival, Hillary Clinton, was elected senator. Mary Mahoney was a Clinton White House intern. She knew enough of the inner workings of Bill's sexual advancements to be a star witness during the Clinton impeachment trials. She was brutally executed at a Starbucks she was managing in 1997. In 1993, White House counsel Vince Foster was found dead in Fort Marcy Park near D.C. He supposedly killed himself, and among a lengthy list of potential foul play, the bullet was never found.
Wow.
Then there's James McDougal, a key witness for White House prosecutors. He was serving his 3-year sentence for bank fraud at the Fort Worth Federal Medical Center in Texas. And just before he was to give the testimony before the grand jury, McDougal suffered a heart attack in solitary confinement. In 2015, Walter Scheib, a White House chef hired under Bill Clinton, joined the list. His body was found at the bottom of a river, nearly 2 miles from the base of the trail he was reportedly hiking. An autopsy determined that Scheib's death was accidental drowning, but he might have known too much. 27-year-old Democratic National Committee staffer Seth Rich was shot and killed in D.C. this year. There is speculation that he was the source of the controversial leaked emails allegedly sent by DNC staffers, and that he may have been murdered in retaliation. Then Sean Lucas, the lead attorney in a fraud case against the DNC, was found lying on the bathroom floor by his girlfriend when she returned home on August 2nd. His death was reported classified, pending the results of an autopsy.
How many people is this all together? Jeez.
Total amount, last time I saw, they call it the Clinton body count.
Yeah.
57.
No.
Yes.
Yeah.
57. Oh my heavens.
And that video is really bad quality, but if you see the names, if anybody's interested in going down the Clinton
that's
rabbit hole,
horrible.
look up those names because that was insane to me. But it's not surprising. It's just it bothers me that this is common knowledge and
she gets
nobody
away with it.
Yeah, like what the
You know, someone told me that they thought Robert, JFK Jr. was killed. Now it doesn't surprise me that he was. Now watching that.
Yeah, I think that they really are dead. I'm sorry, Jimmy. I think they really got whacked. I'm sorry.
Well, hey,
I do too. I agree with you, Ruby. I think they did.
you know, when I first came on the scene to do Digital Soldier stuff, I seen the whole thing where people were saying JFK Jr. is still alive. I've never talked about it or discussed it because I don't know.
Right.
Because it is very possible in the world we live in that he may be alive. I don't know. So I don't talk about it because I'm like, oh, we'll just wait and see if he just pops up. Because
Didn't they just say they found their bodies just recently?
Well, they can say whatever the hell they want to say.
Yeah, that's true.
How are we going to prove it?
We can't.
Yeah, that's the only thing that bothers me.
In
Go
the
ahead.
Manchurian Candidate, 1960s Manchurian Candidate, Frank Sinatra.
That was a good movie.
How many card-carrying members of communist members were there in Congress?
Oh, I don't know.
Back then?
In the movie.
Oh, I don't know.
Bunch.
No clue.
When he makes the accusation, he holds up the Heinz 57 and he goes 57. He tells them, make up a number. And he holds up the Heinz 57 and he goes 57 card-carrying communists in the when he makes the accusation in the Manchurian Candidate. Yeah.
Well, I gotta go to bed. I gotta get up for work. Well, thank you for the show. It was great.
Yeah, thank you for
Thank you.
joining. I
good
loved
topic.
it.
Yeah, we need to wrap
What do we have
it.
next week?
We need to wrap it up. It's like 1:30 almost.
Yeah, what's your topic next week?
Don't know yet. I guess we'll figure out what
Yeah,
happens next week.
I make it up literally the day of.
We'll have
sometimes.
part
The world
two.
is changing so fast. You
Have
can't.
part two of this conversation.
Yeah, we do. We have a part. We got to do a part 2 because we didn't even talk about the Trump portrait, the things he
Oh,
said
geez.
about it. I wanted to show people what it looked like, so we
You know
got
what
to
to
talk
do?
about that.
Look up Michael Francisi. He might even come on the show.
Mhm.
It wouldn't surprise me if he did.
Oh, and Gigi, as far as Kathy O'Brien is concerned,
Yeah.
I have her phone number. She's in my contact list.
Oh, that'll be unbelievable. She comes on.
I've talked to Kathy O'Brien before, and she's a great lady.
I love her. She's a strong, courageous woman, boy.
If I'll try, I'll see if I can pull some strings and get her to come on the show, because then that night, Ruby, it'll be about MK Ultra.
Okay.
Wow.
Are you going to do a show on that? Oh dear.
If we can get her on.
Okay. Well, good night, everybody, and thank you.
Good night,
Good night.
It was a great show.
Thank you for
Good night.
joining.
Oh, you're welcome. I'll see you next week, hopefully.
Yes, next Tuesday, 9
Go
p.m.
to bed, everybody. I'm being
Okay.
like your mother. Go to bed.
Yeah, it is 1:30 a.m. in Florida right now. Same for Jimmy.
Yep.
So,
Ruby, I just have one question for you, Ruby.
yeah.
Could you do a video on the Jabby Yabby, or would they shut you down?
The who?
Without the ouchie.
jab. Yeah,
Who is
we can because there's other YouTube videos already there that I can just share, like commentary.
The Jabby Yabby.
Who's that?
Yes.
The vaccine.
Yeah. Oh, the Jabby. What the heck are you talking
Yeah.
about?
We need
there's a
to
whole
we
pile
need
of
to
stuff
uncover
on
that.
Get Dr. McCullough to come on.
Good night, guys. Good night,
Good night,
Jay.
All
everybody.
right.
I gotta
Good night,
shut up.
everybody.
Good night,
I
Gail.
didn't. I don't have a new intro for the unrelenting political corner, so I'm gonna have to do an outro. I mean that's what I meant. I don't have an outro
Yeah.
for the unrelenting political corner, so I have to edit and do that. So when
So
I
I
end
tell
the
you-
stream,
Hey,
Go
I
ahead.
tell you what, at the end of the stream, one of the ones you want to play that that video that I did, like 2 minutes. It's got the picture of the flag on it. That and just it's commentary and just play us out. That video we played it before. It's been a while since we played it though. It's on my
Where-
YouTube channel.
on
It's on
your
my-
channel, okay,
On my
hold on.
channel.
Jimmy Bell.
We played it before. It'd be a kind of a good outro for tonight. We'll just say good night and let that play out.
Oh, okay. Let's share your channel.
Good.
Okay, everybody
Good.
should be able to see you.
Go to videos. Scroll down. So you see the flag.
Okay, now it's glitching. So 1 minute.
It's glitching.
It's like right when we get to the good stuff, all of those clips when it's a glitch.
Yeah, no, it was crazy.
Okay, videos. The best is yet to come.
Yeah. So it was a great show tonight. Enjoyed it.
Yes, thank you so much for everybody who joined. Thank you to everybody in the chat. We'll see you next Tuesday, 9 p.m. Make sure you have your notifications on. We are simultaneously streaming on Jimmy's channel. So if you're watching on Jimmy's channel, definitely put the notifications on for Jimmy's channel so
Yep.
that you can get notifications on when we're going to be here. And you can always join us on the stage. I put the link on Jimmy's chat as well as my chat. And that's it. Good night, everybody.
Good night, everyone.
There comes a time when we the people need to remember how strong we are and how powerful our voices are. The entire world is watching. Patriots from around the world are praying for America. We are all bound by a feeling deep inside, a feeling that cannot be publicly expressed, for fear of ridicule, a feeling that challenges the mainstream narrative against
And there goes another glitch.
Oh well. I guess we'll just shut down tonight.
It was very inspirational, though. I loved it.
Yeah, it was going really well.
Put simply, that people are being abused by those in power and time is running out. Remember the battles of Lexington and Concord. Give me liberty or give me death. For far too long, we have been silent and allowed our bands of strength that we once formed to defend freedom and liberty to deteriorate. We became divided. We became weak. We elected traitors to govern us. We allowed
I'm sorry, guys.
Yeah, it sucks. Oh well. It's really I like that video.
Me too. It's so cool. It's so cool. But I'll get a nice outro, or maybe you could make us an outro.
I'll ask John. I'll see what John can come up with. John's really good at this stuff.
prey on us. Those who claimed to represent us gave us false hope, made false promises. The evil and corruption only grew. This is more than party politics. This is more about restoring old glory. This is about saving our land and our people from those who wish us harm. This is about preserving our republic. This is about preserving our safety. This is about restoring our strength. This is about life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. This is about protecting our children. This is about saving America. We are all God's children. We are fathers. We are mothers. We are daughters. We are sons. We are brothers. We are sisters. We do not look at race. We do not look at skin color. We are the United States of America. And we are united. We are, and we will always be patriots. We must rise again. We must unite again. We must fight again for God and country. God bless America, and the best is yet to come.